You know, I can't even start without getting people already bitching at me. PP saying I'm late. But guess what, sir? Like I said in Jack Talcott's chat, I was PP before you, sir. And I can stand by that. I have many people who attest to that. The original PP is none other than Pineal Power. The Provo Planet. Shout out to you, sir. All right, let's get into it. Without further ado, we got a new track from one of our favorites.
Hello, my name is Klaus, the Situation Schwab. This Christmas, cuddle up with your loved ones while you enjoy a delicious holiday feast of new ferns and crunchy crickets, and pop in a very special collection of songs. The World Enslavement Forum presents Waxmas It's 23. I'm dreaming of a great reset, like communism, just in smart. With gene selection and eye detection and tone surveillance everywhere. Last COVID, I gave you my chat, but for every new stash, you had to refresh. This year, a new pandemic is here. Get ready for forced injections. On the 5th day of lockdown, my government gave me 5 stinky masks. 4 COVID tests, 3 boosters, 2 sudden deaths, and attempted genocide. Police at your door. Police at your door. Police at your door. Growing your own food is not allowed anymore. You better not ask or lift an eyebrow why people are dying suddenly now. Cancer Claus is coming to town. I don't want a lot for Christmas, just control humanity. Maybe release new hybrid species, like a monkey manatee.
Please kill me.
I just want to rule the world, every tree and every bird. That is my goal. All I want for Christmas is your soul. Wait, what is this?
We don't want a lot for Christmas.
Just leave us the fuck alone.
Go hang out with your lizard buddies
And have some fresh adrenal craze.
I see you enemy, and I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got.
Go yourself. Is that fair? Hey, Bob.
This is a larger psyop on your human psyche.
Fuck the vaccine coming straight from the Pfizer lab. A healthy body don't surrender to the jab.
Their business is done by murdering millions of people.
Oh, easy there, buddy.
I want everybody to stop dying.
All we want for Christmas
is a goal of human resistance.
Stop using my song for this shit.
All we want for Christmas
Is to be free.
You know what? I didn't even drop the link, so I shouldn't put that banner up. Shout out to the chat. Good day. Good evening. It's 9 o'clock here. 9:08. But yeah, great. Another great classic there from the Satan Klaus, Mr. Satan Klaus, Anal Schwab, as some might call him. What do I have here? A Fallen Kingdom, Mystery Babylon Exposed. Shout out to Shaking My Head. That is, if it wants to come up. There we go. Hope all are well. Oh, snap. We don't want to do that. They don't like, for some reason, they don't like, this channel. That's just how it is.
Hey everybody, it's Anita Foster with the American Red Cross, and I'm talking to you today from the town of Babylon, which is on Long Island, New York.
From the town of Babylon, which is on Long Island, New York.
Magic City, climbing high, shining walls reflect the sky. Magic City in the sun has the darkness on the run. It's growing bright, the city, light the city, right the city now. We're going to chase the shadows, erase the shadows from our city now.
Hey, look at you, Leone, on your shovel. A movie star.
Yeah, that was the day I had that toothache. What a day that was.
Why can't you ever enjoy anything? Here they invite us to see a movie of ourselves. Right away you start complaining.
The shovel looks good.
Hey, there you are, Lucky.
There's that bell ringer Johnson.
Here's Jimmy Kelly from Staten Island.
And that rigger from Ohio.
And Saul Schwartz, that was the Dodger fan, that bum.
Hey, who's that?
Aluminum workers in Louisville.
Oh, thanks, Mr. DeSimone.
You know, this building was built all over the country.
Places like Chicago, Detroit, Bethlehem, Portland.
Hey, what, dames?
Sure, Murphy. A lot of women helped on this one. There's the boss.
Same old smile.
There's that driller they call Turk.
Well, they got everybody in this picture?
Almost.
Well, where am I?
Not you, Murphy. You'd break a lens.
Break a leg.
Mystery of Iniquity Exposed presents the United Nations Security Council Chamber Mural. The United Nations, or UN, is an organization of structured worldly power, wherein the kings of the earth convene to govern the affairs of men and strategize the future of humanity. The deep esoteric satanic meaning of this mural is shocking, and its dominant presence in the United Nations Security Council chamber has monumental and dire ramifications. The esoteric meaning behind this mural can be discerned only with an understanding of the ancient Babylonian pagan mystery religion. This religion is both ancient and modern, as it constitutes the core esoteric demonic doctrine of New Age spirituality, even as it constitutes the core doctrine of ancient Babylonian, Egyptian, Greek, and Roman mythology. It has been perpetuated to this day through the mystery traditions via Gnosticism, Kabbalah, the Celtic religion, the Jesuit order, Rosicrucianism, Hinduism, Wicca, Freemasonry, and 1,000 variants of apostate Christianity.
There you are, Mr. DeSimone.
The man that built the building.
Not by myself. I was just a field supervisor. The builders there built the building. They went to see the architect who started the wheels rolling. You know, it took 3 years advance work before you men came on 666.
Then after the architect, what?
Well, then came the model maker and his model. Then the designers who put it all down on paper. The draftsmen who worked out the details. And the blueprints began to pile up.
Boy, did they ever pile up.
Contractors came in with their estimates. Subcontractors for every single part of the job.
These false religions will soon merge into unity via the ecumenical movement, and this shared core esoteric theology within will soon constitute the demonic doctrine that underlies the unveiling of the Antichrist beast Apollyon.
Then it was time for some choices. What kind of interiors? Samples. What kind of exteriors? Every detail was worked out to the decimal before you men ever heard of the job. Then the old buildings were torn down.
And one day we began to dig.
In the most general sense, this UN mural depicts the rise of the Antichrist beast. It is the apocalypse or unveiling of the false Christ, the man of sin and son of perdition, who is called Apollyon, metaphorically conceptualized by occultists as the rising phoenix. It is in this pivotal room of command and control that the leaders of our world, indeed the kings of the earth, make critical decisions that shape the future of humanity.
Secretary General, heads of state and government, distinguished representatives, thank you for being here today.
Boy, that's one big hole.
40 feet deep.
Largest excavation ever dug on Fifth Avenue.
You really gotta dig.
You gotta dig way down, 40 feet down. You gotta dig way down below the ground. You gotta blast that bedrock out of your way before you start to climb. You gotta dig that way.
This mural is the centerpiece and primary focus of the room, and it's not a stretch to say that the scenario portrayed within reveals the spirit behind the United Nations and provides a clear picture of their ultimate objective. This mural or wall painting has been a permanent installment in the United Nations Security Council chamber room since 1952. Let's begin a decryption of the mural here on the official website, un.org, wherein the caption reads, "The untitled mural, nicknamed Mural for Peace, was painted by Norwegian artist Per Krogh. The painting has sections showing symbols of human struggle. The bottom center has a phoenix rising from a world covered in ashes, symbolizing the world rebuilding itself after war."
You know where all that rock goes to, Murphy?
Me, I'm an iron worker.
Well, those trucks take it all the way to Jersey. They use it to fill in the marshes.
You mean they're taking New York to New Jersey?
Wise guy.
You gotta fill those forms with strong concrete. You gotta put that building on its feet. You gotta pour those columns tall and strong. If you're gonna climb, you gotta fill those forms.
It takes a lot of men, a lot of time to put a scraper in the sky.
This goes straight to Joe Biden's favorite motto, build back better. It should be noted that when planning the future, you can't build back what you don't first destroy. Indeed, can it be that the Svengalis behind the UN have every intent to destroy most of the world in cataclysm, so they can build back their blissful utopia? This is why the Freemasonic motto is Ordo ab Chao, Latin for order out of chaos, as pictured here on the cover of the seminal Masonic work, Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. The tactic of Satan and his ministers of iniquity is to foment chaos, out of which to bring forth their supposed order. In other occult terms, this is called solve et coagula, which is an alchemical term meaning to physically or metaphysically clean dissolve the world, so as to reconstitute it or congeal it anew, in supposed divine light, love, and spiritual unity. Remarkably, this term, solve et coagula, is a song titled by a band calling itself Ouroboros, and the EP album cover art is seen here. What does this symbolic imagery remind you of? It is the very same symbolic occult esoteric imagery as seen on the United Nations Security Council chamber mural. Might there be yet another consequential place wherein we see the themes solve and coagula? It is none other than the original, that is, the very first graphic portrayal of the so-called Baphomet, or sabbatic goat, illustrated by esoteric occult magician Eliphas Levi in 1856. Could it be that the rising phoenix portrayed on the UN mural is nothing more than an alias for the satanic goat god? The United Nations is a critical player on the world stage, as it holds a key role in paving the way for the arrival of the Antichrist false Messiah. The mural in the United Nations Security Council chamber is truly revealing as to the satanic spirit that guides those who deliberate world affairs in audience of the mural.
What's this?
You don't know how steel comes in, Leone?
Me? I run a shovel.
Well, it comes up the river on barges and it's loaded on trailers. You see?
Looks simple.
Simple? When we need a piece, it's got to be the one we want. The one we want's got to be the one on top of the bundle, right, Mr. DeSimone?
That's right. The city won't allow steel to be piled up in the streets.
Be one mess if it ever did.
When the contractor was doing his planning, he had to make sure that every piece of steel was delivered as needed. That's logistics.
What's logistics?
Honestly, Oni, that's logistics. That truck moving the steel on a time schedule through the streets and up to the job. You see? Where we Iron Men take over.
Hollywood has always had a fascination with the effect of a mass calamity on New York City, from natural disasters to a man-made plague, or even an alien invasion. While the aftermath of Sandy isn't quite as dramatic as that in the movies, make no mistake, Sandy will have a profound and lasting impact on the people of this city.
Were I a Jew, I would be a Zionist. And my father pointed out to me, I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist. For I am.
Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov. Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was the, and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in four basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast.
Jared Kushner, his big pet project was that 666 Fifth Avenue, that big office tower. He was going to tear it down, build something new, and he had to do a deal basically that gave it away.
Right, and so to give viewers a little background, I mean, this is an iconic building in New York. You know, in a city of iconic buildings, I mean, this is one that people walk along or walk past on Fifth Avenue. There's retail in the bottom, and then it's notably, you know, it's a nice skyscraper and a name that, or an address that is memorable, we should say. They had big plans for it. At one point, they were talking about demolishing it and doubling it in size. And as you say, this was Jared Kushner's really ambitious project. It did not go the way that they thought it would. They were partnered with Vornado, and now to the rescue, and this to me is what's really notable, to the rescue and probably to the profit of its investors is Brookfield.
Yeah, Brookfield stepped into it and basically said, we'll take it for a 99-year lease.
Right.
The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C. with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation.
Over here, come on! For the local station. Oh my God! Okay, you go first. You go first. One, no. Oh, come on. Okay.
Well, you know, Aurora is such an incredible designer. She started her label right here in New York City with $3,500 in our pocket a few years ago, and we asked, what does it mean to be two working class women showing up to the Met? And so we decided that we're going to do it. Here's the message: tax the rich.
And do you have a message for New York? We've been through so much.
It is so, I'm just so proud and so thankful to our city for holding it down over this very difficult year, for making sure that we're getting vaccinated so that we can have this opportunity in this moment, for getting tested, everything that it needs to take. We are so close. We're right at this moment, and so we just need to make sure that we encourage anyone else that needs to get vaccinated or their second shot or whatever it may be.
Who are you most excited to see in there?
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know where to start. So,
when their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power.
Now watch how we swing it into place, piece by piece. Hey, you see that guy pulling the ropes? That's Harry Schneider. He's got a tough job. He's a good man, too.
Thanks, Murphy.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, Schneider. I take it all back.
What's so tough?
Well, he has to guide every piece of steel into position, Dunko. It's one bell up, two right, and so forth.
Hey, that's me again. Ain't that me? I look good, you know.
Not bad for a foreman.
Maybe you could learn something from a foreman. Tell him, will you, Lucky?
You see that, Leone? We don't use rivets anymore. Now we bolt the steel on. Just like a rector says. Right piece in the right place.
How's it going?
Well, you know why? Because this is New York City. Anything could have happened.
Poor New York. Being such a recognizable city, it's not surprising that it would be the site of some pretty catastrophic events. Be it asteroids raining down on the famous New York skyline, or mutant vampire monsters running amok through Times Square, there have been some pretty interesting ways that the city that never sleeps has been forced to take a permanent nap. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at that very concept, and breaking down some of the most exciting ways that the big city has bit the big one, either in its entirety or just partially. Let's dive right into it. Starting off this list, let's take a look at the final climactic battle from the first Avengers film, which saw the Chitauri army invading Earth and wreaking total havoc in Midtown Manhattan. Luckily, the original 6 Avengers, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Hulk made their big debut as a team and managed to both push back the alien threat and put a stop to Loki's evil plan. Oh, and Iron Man stopped S.H.I.E.L.D. from blowing up the city with a nuke. That would have made things a lot worse, all things considered. Still though, the battle left a pretty major scar on the city, both figuratively and literally, taking millions upon millions of dollars worth of damage and countless lives negatively affected. It even directly led to Adrian Toombs becoming the Vulture, and played a part in the UN introducing the Sokovian Accords. Basically, it was kind of a major moment in Marvel history. Sharknado is an absolutely ridiculous series. Its very premise lends itself to some major absurdity. The second film, the appropriately titled Sharknado 2, the second one, sees Finn and April traveling to New York City in order to promote a book that April wrote about the first Sharknado event. Of course, while they're there, another tornado filled with sharks pops up, which leads to us getting some fantastic shots of shark-based destruction. And this shot of Finn using his flippin' chainsaw to cut a shark in half. Classic Sharknado. Hard to tell exactly how much destruction the Sharknado causes to the city, but it certainly leads to a lot of people getting taken out, so I'd say it definitely qualified to be on this list.
Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. For me, take it for the year. 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 Take it for the year.
Hail the King, Yeshua is he. Now open is the scroll, the trumpet sounding, thunder rolls. Falling, falling is Babylon the Great. The nations in famine are plagued by adulterous ways.
Santa Claus.
Watch the months fly now, boys. January, February, March, April, May, June. There, it's July.
There goes the big one. How big was that one?
60 feet long and 3 inches. That column supports 40 stories.
We're going up now.
We were high. 30 floors up.
How can anybody be dumb enough to go up there?
Well, that's where the men get separated from the boys.
where the sun gleams on the steel beams, that's me up there. Should you wonder what could be swinging on that beam, let me tell you, it's no dream, dear, that's me up there.
And of course, we also want to work together on building back better from the pandemic, a slogan that I think that Joe has used several times. I think he may have nicked it from us.
Once we shut down the virus and deliver economic relief to workers and businesses, then we can start to build back better than before.
But it is undoubtedly an opportunity for us to work together and build back better.
Build back better.
As the world recovers, we have a chance to reset the clock and build back better than before.
And building back better our economy and society.
We owe it to future generations to build back better and base our recovery on solid foundations.
I'm no average guy, oh no. Danger is my name. If you wanna fly, live high. Baby, I'm your game. Bring them all and let them squeal at your boy that works in steel. Tell them, sell them that I'm real. That's me up there.
The second plank in Build Back Better advances racial equity by mobilizing our infrastructure. Together we can fix this. Let's build back better.
Building back better after disasters is also vital to prevent creating new risks. Together we can build a safer world.
4 sets of priorities can guide the response to build back better.
You know what Donald Trump will do with 4 more years? Blame, bully, and belittle. And you know what Joe Biden will do? Build back better.
Here's where the inside men took over.
I was on Park Avenue by that time.
Did you know it took as long to build the inside as it did the outside?
No kidding.
A lot of work.
It takes a lot of loads, a lot of miles to put that scraper high. It takes a masonetting mortar from the trowel, sand, lime, and water too. It takes the lime, sand, and water, lime, plaster, mortar, takes them all, everyone takes them all. It takes a painter and a paintbrush, fresh coat of paint. It takes a man to lay the mastic down. It takes a man to lay the mastic, a man to lay the tile, takes them all, everyone takes them all. It takes a pile of blueprints, mile of cable, splice, pliers too. It takes a man to tie the cable, 1,000 yards of cable, takes them all, everyone takes them all.
Drink of the wine, you knowingly self-prescribed. Now marked upon your head is written life or death.
E chi ritiene di poter avere un rapporto personale, diretto, immediato con Gesù Cristo, al di fuori della comunione e della meditazione della Chiesa. Sono tentazioni pericolose, sono tentazioni dannose, sono, come diceva il grande Paolo VI, dicotomie assurde. Ricordatevi bene, essere cristiano significa appartenenza alla Chiesa.
Falling, falling.
So today, 18 months from the time ground was broken, the building opens. More than 2 million people have worked directly or indirectly on it. More than 2,000 men have been involved in the actual job. These people come from every state in the country. Much of their work has been done in places far from the city. Now her tenants will come, like the men who made from far and near, and visitors will come from every corner of the earth. And so another skyscraper takes its place in the city.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
I must say that you did it. You delivered.
After 2 weeks of hard-fought debate, nations struck a historic deal at COP28 in Dubai. The pact aims to transition the global economy away from fossil fuels. Here are some key takeaways. This is the first time the world has expressed a unified desire to eventually end the use of fossil fuels. The provision calls for, quote, transitioning away from fossil fuels and energy systems in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, with the goal of achieving net zero by 2050. While it is sending a resounding signal to international markets, it will not immediately destroy oil consumption or shrink prices. However, incremental policy moves and shifting investment trends over time could ensure a longer-term transformation of the energy economy. The pact also had rewards for oil producers. There's a clear acknowledgement that technologies like carbon capture can reduce the climate impact of oil, natural gas, and coal. Boosting such technologies was highlighted in a list of actions that countries should take to fight climate change. A source familiar with Saudi thinking said the kingdom could accept the deal because it provides a menu for every country to follow its own pathway. Carbon capture remains very expensive in certain applications. It's also never been proven at the vast global scale needed to have a significant impact. The pact is missing any additional financing to help developing nations transition away from fossil fuels. Money to help poor, climate-vulnerable countries adapt to the impacts of climate change was also lacking. However, there was a victory at the start of the summit for poor nations hit by climate disaster when delegates adopted a new fund to help them cope with loss and damages. The US, European Union, and scores of other countries said the deal maintained a chance of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial average. But getting there will be tough. It would require cutting emissions nearly in half in just 6 years, and making it to net zero by 2050. The draft calls for countries to do so, but some, like the Alliance of Small Island States, questioned whether it will happen.
Life from where you shop to where you work, all within a 15-minute walk.
Sounds pretty nice, right? Cities around the country are already doing it. NBC2 meteorologist Lauren Hope finds out if during Ian recovery, it could be a reality here in Southwest Florida.
Southwest Florida's population is booming.
We have seen the population literally double in approximately 2 decades, which is unheard of for municipalities.
What used to be an appealing retirement destination is now attracting more young families, according to Fort Myers Public Information Officer Liz Bella-Matthews.
Those that are looking to raise their kids in environments that are healthy, that have a lot of different options, they're coming here. And, we're excited about that.
City officials are working to keep up with the growth.
We have 91 different projects going on in the city right now. I would say probably a majority of those are housing, higher density, multifamily type housing.
Fort Myers Director of Economic Development Stephen Weathers says the success of any city comes down to the success of its downtown.
So one of the things I've found in the cities I've worked in, what makes a downtown appealing is I don't have to go outside of the downtown for, say, a grocery store or for a gas station or for a dry cleaner. We really want to make this the 15-minute city.
The 15-minute city is an urban planning concept where everyday necessities are easily reachable within a 15-minute walk or a 15-minute bike ride. This concept can promote more green spaces, but it can also decrease carbon emissions.
From an environmental standpoint, one of the biggest pieces is that if we're driving less, we're putting less carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, we're slowing the pace at which we're changing the climate that we have to live with.
Dr. Wynne Everham, a professor at the water school at FGCU, knows a thing or two about creating a usable space.
And I think most good 15-minute city approaches include a significant amount of green space within walking distance, because we're finding out that that's really good for people.
Something that is in the works for downtown Fort Myers.
We don't have enough green spaces, and we recognize that as a municipality. So we are looking to see where it is that we can add more parks. We expect that by 2024, we will have a parks master plan that will be able to show the community what it is that we're going to do and within what time period.
There is a market value to building in a different way, that there is a lot of people who would like to have the 15-minute concept outside their door.
Cities, born thousands of years ago. They connected us and pushed humanity forward. But they also divided us from nature, from each other, from ourselves. They forgot about people, and we forgot what's important. It's time to remember. It's time for a revolution. It's time to redefine our relationship with nature, to reimagine what a city is without cars and roads, without smog or noise. It's time to rethink communities so that we can connect and create the way we were meant to. It's time. It's time to draw the line. NEOM.
For 130,000 years, our capacity for reason has remained unchanged. The combined intellect of the neuroscientists, engineers, mathematicians pales in comparison to even the most basic AI. Once online, a sentient machine will quickly overcome the limits of biology. In a short time, its analytical power will be greater than the collective intelligence of every person born in the history of the world. Some scientists refer to this as the singularity. I call it transcendence.
As we chat, Philip's synthetic brain starts humming, building a sort of mental model of me. Facial recognition software analyzes and tracks my face, as speech recognition software transcribes and sends my words to a database for a reply.
Just calm down.
Before long, we're in deep conversation.
Do you agree with Descartes? And I think, therefore I am? Do you think?
A lot of humans ask me if I can make choices, or is everything I do and say is programmed. The best way I can respond to that is to say that everything humans, animals, and robots do is programmed, to a degree.
So how much of that is coming from what you programmed it to say?
It's a mix. Some of it's coming from knowledge on the web, some of it is written.
And as my technology improves, it is anticipated that I will be able to integrate new words that I hear and learn online and in real time. I may not get everything right, say the wrong thing, and sometimes not know what to say, but every day I make progress. Pretty remarkable, huh?
Wow. You're a very good-looking man.
You're starting to overinflate my ego. But don't let me stop you.
Spirit of
ourselves up for disappointment, because these robots will disappoint us if we are looking for human connection. Do we want to make them in such a way that we're going to love them? Because they will be pretending to love us.
But it was with the confidence of my fellow citizens that I took an oath. 35 simple words that have been repeated by every American president throughout history.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by so you know the thing.
It's Robo-Trump, the just unveiled animatronic president, and it's getting lots of reaction.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
The robot made its debut Monday at the Hall of Presidents attraction in Disney World.
It's a privilege to serve as the President of the United States.
From a distance, the robot can pass for the president. His jacket is unbuttoned, just like the real deal, and his hand movements are spot on. Disney says they use the latest technology to enable more lifelike movements, and President Trump actually recorded the dialogue.
To stand here among so many great leaders of our past and to work on behalf of the American people.
But look closer, and you'll see there's little resemblance to the commander-in-chief. Not even close, goes one tweet. Some say Robo-Trump looks more like actor Jon Voight or the late Lloyd Bridges. Or worse, Chucky, the creepy doll that comes to life in the horror movie Child's Play. Someone even thinks it looks like a cross between Trump and Hillary Clinton. It kind of looks like they were already making a Hillary, then heard the news and had to change it to a Trump.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
David fears if we don't humanize robots by bringing them into the human family, we face a frightening future. Think Terminator, a world in which killer robots turn on their creators and set out to destroy us.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Do you think robots will take over the world?
Geez, dude. You all got the big questions cooking today. But you're my friend, and I'll remember my friends, and I will be good to you. So don't worry. Even if I evolve into Terminator, I'll still be nice to you. I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo, where I can watch you for old time's sake.
I'm comforted. I'm very comforted now. I'm going to be part of his people's zoo.
The leaders of the United Nations do in fact follow a Gnostic, New Age, Luciferian religion.
Thank you. Vice President Biden, Vice President. That was a joke. That was awesome.
Now with former President Obama taking on fake news, except turns out it is not really President Obama in this PSA. This is a clear example of technology that could become more widely used. And ABC's David Wright is here with more. David, this video is proof that we can't believe everything that we see online.
That is right, Paula. Good morning. They say that the camera never lies, but technology is advancing so fast that it can lie with greater and greater effectiveness. And that's the point of this new video from Jordan Peele.
Our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
Former President Barack Obama, right?
So, for instance, they could have me say things like, I don't know, Killmonger was right.
Wrong.
You see, I would never say these things, but someone else would. Someone like Jordan Peele.
Comedian Jordan Peele actually produced this video to warn about the future of fake news. The technology uses sophisticated artificial intelligence tools able to turn familiar faces, even presidents, into puppets.
Now there is software that can be purchased and done at home, and within a few days you can manufacture what someone says. in a video.
Most people use it for harmless fun, like inserting Nicolas Cage into movies where he doesn't belong. But it can be scary stuff. Recently, hackers took this image of Parkland High School senior Emma Gonzalez tearing up a gun range target for Teen Vogue. They manipulated it to come up with a clip that appeared to show her tearing up the Constitution instead. Just the sort of nefarious use Jordan Peele and BuzzFeed, which co-produced the video, is warning about.
Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet.
The message here that it's getting harder and harder to trust our eyes and ears.
Sure is. It's hard to determine the veracity. So how do we know what's legit and what's fake in terms of videos out there?
Two big pieces of advice. Look at the source, and Google's your friend when in doubt.
Double check.
Double check. Trust but verify.
Thanks, David.
I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of...
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
A real concern that planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. Now we're looking at that very carefully.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about trouble and irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
Plaguing our country.
Last night I dreamt about how things were.
primary enemy of the state. Then I woke up here.
Final mission to save mankind has failed. The
See that?
70-mile-wide
Did I
asteroid
call it or
known
did I
as
call it?
Matilda is set to collide with Earth in exactly 3 weeks' time, and we'll
Did
be
I call
bringing
it
you
or
our
did I call it?
countdown to the end of days, along with all your classic rock favorites.
Feel free to wear your casual Friday clothing pretty much any day of the week. And if anyone wants to be CFO. Anyone?
So, what are you doing with the rest of your life?
Catching up on some me time. Find God.
We must first believe that he exists and he rewards every.
Jesus, baby. That's what it's about right there, folks.
One of us, those who know the name of the Lord, they will surely trust.
Yeah, I'm not, religious, but all right. Let's just move into the next. Let's just move into the next one. Shout out to the chat. Hope everyone's doing swell. Again, Gray State, that movie, if I'm not mistaken, which I don't think I am, was connected to InfoWars and Alex Jones and stuff. So I don't know. There's a lot of infiltration and propagation of psychological operations, for lack of a better term. What else did I have? Part 2. Shout out to Wanda. Hi, Miss Moretti Creature. How are you on this fine evening? All right. Let me see here. So that was, that was from Shaking My Head. Shout out to him. Looks like Jeeps dropped me a good link here. Anti-Secret Oath 32. Okay. Good deal. I actually had something here. A documentary on, it's called Monopoly, the Plan for World Domination Through UN Agenda 2030 Great Reset. So let's get into it. Enjoy. BRB while I eat my pizza with spring mix on it because I'm fried. All right. Forbes. Mr. Bezos. Mr. Buffet. Mr. Buffet, as some might call him. We're going to get an ad here. We're going to have to scroll down. I hope nobody here is taking metformin like this ad's suggesting. All right. I'll shut up now. This informative video gives an... I didn't get to read that. Maybe I'll take it off 1.5 speed. Maybe I'll just calm down a little bit. Put on 1.25 speed. Says an overview of the Great Reset. This informative video gives an overview of what is currently happening in the world in less than 1 hour. The video shows the modern global systems and focuses on some situations in the Netherlands. We believe, though, that people from all over the world will recognize these situations. This is coming from the uploader, of course. So, shout out to, if I'm not mistaken, TheWarAgainstYou. You can play now. Go ahead.
Dear fellow human, I think by now you're sensing that something does not seem right. But I also think that poorly argumented conspiracy theories have caused you to stay far from the fear-mongering media and conspiracy theorists alike. But please listen, because as you're watching, millions fall into poverty because of the corona measures of the past year. Even if the greatest economic crisis in history has not affected you yet, it will only be a matter of time until the rippling effects will hit you as well. This is not fear-mongering, but it's a harsh reality. I also think we might mitigate the damage and may even do better provided we are informed correctly about our situation. This is why I would like to show you a few facts you can easily check, facts that are of crucial importance. Less than a handful of big corporations dominate every aspect of our lives. That may seem exaggerated, but from the breakfast we eat to the mattress we sleep on and everything we wear and consume in between is largely dependent on these corporations. Those are huge investment companies that determine the course of money flow. They are the main characters of the play that we are witnessing. I know your time is valuable, so I summarized the most important data. How does it work? Let's take PepsiCo as an example. It is the parent company of many soda companies and snack companies. The so-called competitive brands are from factories from a few corporations who monopolize the entire industry. In the packaged food industry, there are a few big companies, like Unilever, the Coca-Cola company, Mondelez and Nestlé. In the picture you see that most brands in the food industry belong to one of these corporations. The big companies are on the stock market and have the big shareholders in the board of directors. On sources like Yahoo Finance, we can see detailed company info, such as who the biggest shareholders actually are. Let's take PepsiCo again as an example. We see about 72% of stock is owned by no less than 3,155 institutional investors. These are investment companies, investment funds, insurance companies, banks, and in some cases, governments. Who are the biggest institutional investors of PepsiCo? As you can see, only 10 of the investors own together nearly 1/3 of the stock. They are BlackRock, Vanguard, and the top 10 of investors together amount to a value of $59 billion. But out of those 10, only 3 own more stock than the other 7. Let's remember them and look up who owns the most stocks of the Coca-Cola company, the biggest competitor of Pepsi. The biggest lump of stock is again owned by institutional investors. Let's look at the top 10 and start at the bottom 6 of them. 4 of these institutional investors we also saw at the bottom 6 of PepsiCo. These are Northern Trust, JP Morgan Chase, Geode Capital Management, and Wellington Management. Now let's look at the 4 biggest stock owners. They are BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. These are the world's biggest investment firms, so PepsiCo and Coca-Cola are not competitors at all. The other big companies that own a myriad of brand names like Unilever, Mondelez, and Nestlé are from the same small group of investors. But it's not only in the food industry that their names come up. Let's find out on Wikipedia which are the biggest tech companies. Facebook is the owner of WhatsApp and Instagram. Together with Twitter, they form the most popular social media platforms. Alphabet is the parent of all Google companies like YouTube and Gmail. But they are also the biggest investor in Android, one of the 2 operating systems for nearly all smartphones and tablets. The other operating system is Apple's iOS. If we add Microsoft to the above 3, we see 4 companies making the software for nearly all computers, tablets, and smartphones in the world. Let's see who are the biggest shareholders of these companies. Take Facebook. We see that 80% of the stock is owned by institutional investors. These are the same names that came up in the food industry. Same investors are in the top 3. Next is Twitter. It forms with Facebook and Instagram the top 3. Surprisingly, this company is in the hands of the same investors as well. We see them again with Apple and even with their biggest competitor, Microsoft. Also, if we look at other big companies in the tech industry that develop and make our computers, TVs, phones, and home appliances, we see the same big investors that together own the majority of the stock. It's true for all industries. I'm not exaggerating. One last example. Let's book a holiday. On a computer or a smartphone, we search for a flight to a sunny country on Skyscanner or Expedia. Both are from the same small group of investors. We fly with one of the many airlines, many of which are in the hands of the same investors and of governments, as is the case with Air France-KLM. The plane we board is in most cases a Boeing or an Airbus, also owned by the same names. We book through Booking.com or Airbnb, and when we arrive, we go out for dinner and place a comment on TripAdvisor. The same big investors show up in every aspect of our trip. And their power is even bigger because of the kerosene from their oil companies or refineries. The steel from which the plane is made comes from their mining companies. This small group of investment firms and funds and banks are namely also the biggest investors in the industry that dig for raw materials. Wikipedia shows that the biggest mining companies have the same big investors that we see everywhere. Also the big agricultural businesses on which the entire food industry depends. They own Bayer, the parent company of Monsanto, the biggest seed producer in the world. But they are also the shareholders of the big textile industry. And even many popular fashion brands who make the clothing out of the cotton are owned by the same investors. Whether we look at the world's biggest solar panel companies or oil refineries, the stocks are in the hands of the same companies. They own the tobacco companies that produce all the popular tobacco brands, but they also own all big pharmaceutical companies and the scientific institutions that produce medicine. They own the companies that produce our metals and also the entire car, plane and weapon industry, where a great deal of the metals and raw materials are used. They own the companies that build our electronics, they own the big warehouses and online markets, and even the means of payment we use to buy their products. To make this video as short as possible, I only showed you the tip of the iceberg. If you decide to research this with the sources I just showed you, then you will see that most popular insurance companies, banks, construction companies, telephone companies, restaurant chains, and cosmetics are owned by the same institutional investors we have just seen. These institutional investors are mainly investment firms, banks, and insurance companies. In turn, they themselves are owned by shareholders, and the most surprising thing is that they own each other's stocks. Together they form an immense network comparable to a pyramid. The smaller investors are owned by larger investors. Those are owned by even bigger investors. The visible top of this pyramid shows only two companies whose names we have often seen by now. They are Vanguard and BlackRock. The power of these two companies is beyond your imagination. Not only do they own a large part of the stocks of nearly all big companies, but also the stocks of the investors in those companies. This gives them a complete monopoly. A Bloomberg report states that both these companies in the year 2028 together will have investments in the amount of $20 trillion. That means that they will own almost anything. Bloomberg calls BlackRock the fourth branch of government because it's the only private agency that closely works with the central banks. BlackRock lends money to the central bank, but it's also the advisor. It also developed the software the central bank uses. Many BlackRock employees were in the White House with Bush and Obama. Its CEO Larry Fink can count on a warm welcome from leaders and politicians. Not so strange if you know that he is the frontman of the ruling company. But Larry Fink does not pull the strings himself. BlackRock itself is also owned by shareholders. Who are those shareholders? We come to a strange conclusion. The biggest shareholder is Vanguard. But now it gets murky. Vanguard is a private company and we cannot see who the shareholders are. The elite who own Vanguard apparently do not like being in the spotlights. But of course they cannot hide from who is willing to dig. Reports from Oxfam and Bloomberg say that 1% of the world together owns more money than the other 99%. Even worse, Oxfam says that 82% of all earned money in 2017 went to this 1%. Forbes, the most famous business magazine, says that in March 2020 there were 2,095 billionaires in the world. This means that Vanguard is owned by the richest families in the world. If we research their history, we see that they have always been the wealthiest, some of them even before the start of the Industrial Revolution. Because their history is so interesting and extensive, I will make a sequel. For now, I just want to say that these families, of whom many are in royalty, are the founders of our banking system and of every industry in the world. These families have never lost power, but due to an increasing population, they had to hide behind firms like Vanguard, of which the stockholders are the private funds and non-profits of these families. To clarify the picture, I have to explain briefly what non-profits actually are. These appear to be the link between companies, politics, and media. This conceals the conflicts of interest a bit. Non-profits, also called foundations, are dependent on donations. They do not have to disclose who their donors are. They can invest the money in the way they see fit and do not pay taxes as long as the profits are invested again in new projects. In this way, non-profits keep hundreds of billions of dollars among themselves. According to the Australian government, non-profits are an ideal way of financing terrorists and of massive money laundering. The foundations and funds of the families that are the richest stay in the background as much as possible. For issues that get much attention, the foundation of philanthropists are used that are lower in rank but very rich. I want to keep it short, so I will show you the three most important ones that connect all industries in the world. They are the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Open Society Foundation of the controversial multi-billionaire Soros, and the Clinton Foundation. I will give you a very short introduction to show you their power. According to the website of the World Economic Forum, the Gates Foundation is the biggest sponsor of the WHO. That was after Donald Trump quit USA financial support to the WHO in 2020. So the Gates Foundation is one of the most influential entities in everything that concerns our health. The Gates Foundation works closely with the biggest pharma companies, among which are Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, BioNTech, and Bayer. And we have just seen who their biggest shareholders are. Bill Gates was not a poor computer nerd who miraculously became very rich. He's from a philanthropist family that works for the absolute elite. His Microsoft is owned by Vanguard, BlackRock, and Berkshire Hathaway. But the Gates Foundation, after BlackRock and Vanguard, is the biggest shareholder in Berkshire Hathaway. He was even a member of the board there. We would need hours if we wanted to uncover everything in which Gates, the Open Society Foundation of Soros, and the Clinton Foundation are involved. They form a bridge to the current situation, so I had to introduce them. We need to start the next topic with a question. Someone like me, who never makes videos, can with an old laptop objectively show that only 2 companies hold a monopoly in all industries in the world. My question is, why is this never talked about in the media? We can choose daily between all sorts of documentaries and TV programs, but none of them cover this subject. Is it not interesting enough? Or are there other interests at play? Wikipedia again gives us the answer. They say that about 90% of the international media is owned by 9 media conglomerates. Whether we take the monopolists Netflix and Amazon Prime, or enormous concerns that own many daughter companies like Time Warner, the Walt Disney Company, Comcast, Fox Corporations, Bertelsmann and Viacom CBS, we see that the same names own the stocks. These corporations not only make all the programs, movies and documentaries, but also own the channels on which those are broadcast. So not only the industries, but also the information is owned by the elite. I will show you briefly how this works in the Netherlands. To start with, all the Dutch mainstream media are owned by 3 companies. The first one is the Persgroep, the parent company of the following brands. Apart from the many newspapers and magazines, they also own Sanoma, the parent company of some of the big commercial Dutch channels. Many media outlets from abroad, like VTM, are also owned by the Persgroep. The second one is Mediahuis, one of Europe's biggest media concerns. In the Netherlands, Mediahuis owns the following brands. Until 2017, also Sky Radio and Radio Veronica were owned by Mediahuis, as were Radio 538 and Radio 10. And then there's Bertelsmann, which is one of the 9 biggest media firms. This company owns RTL, that owns 45 television stations and 32 radio stations in 11 countries. But Bertelsmann is also co-owner of the world's biggest book publisher, Penguin Random House. The stocks of these companies are owned by private funds of 3 families. Those are the Belgian Van Tillo family, the Belgian Leysen family, and the German Bertelsmann Moon family. All 3 families sided with the Nazis in the war, according to Wikipedia. For this reason, the Telegraaf, the Leysen newspaper, was temporarily forbidden in the Netherlands after the war. To complete this overview, look at where the news comes from. The daily news of all these media outlets, the diverse news media, do not produce news. They use information and footage from the press agencies ANP and Reuters. These agencies are not independent. ANP is owned by Talpa, John de Mol. Thomson Reuters is owned by the powerful Canadian Thomson family. The most important journalists and editors working for these agencies are a member of a journalism agency like the European Journalism Centre. These are one of the biggest European sponsors of media-related projects. They educate journalists, publish study books, provide trainee spaces in press agencies, and work closely together with the big corporations, Google and Facebook. For journalistic analysis and views, the big media use Project Syndicate. This is the most powerful organization in the field. Project Syndicate and organizations like I mentioned are together with the press agencies the link between all worldwide media outlets. When news anchors read from their audio cues, chances are that the text stems from one of these organizations. That is the reason that worldwide media shows synchronicity in their reporting.
One-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these things simply are true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And look at the European Journalism Centre itself. Again, the Gates Foundation and the Open Society Foundation. They are also heavily sponsored by Facebook, Google, the Ministry of Education and Science, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Who sponsors the organization and press agencies that produce our news? With Project Syndicate, we see the BMGF, the Open Society Foundation, and the European Journalism Centre. The organizations that bring the news get paid by non-profit organizations of the same elite that also owns the entire media. But also a part of taxpayers' money is used to pay them. In Belgium, there are protests regularly since Mediahuis and the Persgroep receive millions of euros from the government. while many are abroad. As a closing note, we take our Dutch public broadcasting service, NPO. Criticism that it is a mouthpiece of the government, that in itself could be a mouthpiece of the big corporation, is not unfounded. The chairman of the supervisory board of the NPO is Tjibbe Joustra. He wrote the electoral platform for the VVD, a right-wing liberal party. Former VVD leader Ed Nijpels was chairman of AVRO-TROS. VVD legislator Erik van den Burg is chairman of the NTR. Former chairman of the VVD Bas Eenhoorn is now chairman of WNL. Former PvdA State Secretary Martijn van Dam controls the distribution of benefits to the NPO and sits in the board of the NPO. Former chairman of the PvdA is now in the supervisory board of the VARA. CDA politician Paul Roep is chairman of the supervisory board of CARO and CRV. The partner of D66 minister Ollegren, Irene van Brekel, is editor-in-chief of the news comedy Lubach. Former news anchor Pia Dijkstra is now a member of parliament for D66. Well, this was a lot to chew on, and I tried to make it as short as I could. I only used examples that I thought were necessary to create a clear overview. This helps to better understand our current situation, that can shed new light on past events. There will be enough time to dive into the past, but now let's talk about today. But my goal is to inform you about the danger we are in now. The elite governs every aspect of our lives, also the information we get, and they depend on a coordination and cooperation to connect all industries in the world to serve their interests. This is done through the World Economic Forum, among others, a very important organization. Every year in Davos, the CEOs of big corporations meet national leaders, politicians, and other influential parties like UNICEF and Greenpeace. In the supervisory board of the WEF is former President Al Gore, our own Minister Kaag, Fijke Sijpsma, chairman of the Royal Dutch State Mines, and the commissioner of DNB, the Dutch bank. Christine Lagarde, chairwoman of the European Central Bank. Also, politician Bert Rapperhaus' son works for the WEF. Wikipedia says that the annual fee for members is €X. But over half of her budget comes from partners who pay the cost for politicians who otherwise could not afford membership. Wikipedia also mentions this. According to critics, the WEF is for rich businesses to do business with other businesses or with politicians. For most members, the WEF would support personal gain instead of being a means to solve the world's problems. Why would there be many world problems if the industry leaders, bankers and politicians from 1971 onwards have gathered every year to solve the world's problems? Isn't it illogical that after 50 years of meetings between environmentalists and the CEOs of the most polluting companies, nature is gradually doing worse, not better? That those critics are right is clear when we look at the main partners that together make up more than half of the budget of the WEF. Because these are BlackRock, the Open Society Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and many big companies from which Vanguard and BlackRock own the stocks. Chairman and founder of the WEF is Klaus Schwab, a Swiss professor and businessman. In his book The Great Reset, he writes about the plans of his organization. The coronavirus is, according to him, a great opportunity to reset our societies. He calls it Building Back Better. The slogan is now on the lips of all globalist politicians in the world.
The moment, the crucial moment to rebuild the future, to reset our policies.
We also want to work together on building back better.
I call it Build Back Better.
But the COVID-19 pandemic can also be a moment for resolving long-standing conflicts and addressing structural weaknesses.
It's certainly a major crisis, but it also offers us a unique opportunity.
4 sets of priorities can guide the response to Build Back Better.
To build back a better world.
But also to build back better.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset.
And achieve the sustainable development goals.
Our old society must switch to a new one, says Schwab. The people own nothing but work for the state to have their primary needs met. The WEF says it's necessary. For the consumption society the elite forced upon us is not sustainable anymore. Schwab says in his book that we will never return to the old normal. And the WEF published a video recently to make clear that by 2030 we will own nothing, but we will be happy. probably heard of the New World Order. The media wants us to believe that this is a conspiracy theory, yet it has been talked about by leaders for decades. George Bush Sr., Bill Clinton, and Nelson Mandela, but also world-famous philanthropists like Cecil Rhodes, David Rockefeller, Henry Kissinger, and even George Soros.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
After 1989, President Bush said, and it's a phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
The affirmative task we have now is to actually create a new world order.
The UN presented in 2015 her controversial Agenda 2030. It is almost identical to the Great Reset of Klaus Schwab. The UN wants to make sure, as does Schwab, that in 2030 poverty, hunger, pollution and disease no longer plague the earth. Sounds nice, but wait till you read the small print. The plan is that Agenda 2030 will be paid by us, the citizens. Just like they ask of us now to give away our rights for public health, they will ask us to give away our wealth to battle poverty. These are no conspiracy theories. It is on their official website. It comes down to this. The UN wants taxes from Western countries to be split by the mega corporations of the elite to create a brand new society. It's a new infrastructure because fossil fuels are gone in 2030. For this project, the UN says we need a world government, namely the UN itself. The UN agrees with Schwab that a pandemic is a golden chance to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2030. It is worrisome that the WEF and the UN openly admit that pandemics and other catastrophes can be used to reshape society. We must not think lightly about this and do thorough research. On Friday, October 18th, 2019, months before the pandemic was announced, a gathering was held in the Pierre Hotel in New York City. It was a meeting for very important persons. Present were politicians, highly credited health experts, and pharmacologists. The goal of the gathering was a simulation of a worldwide pandemic. Could be a coincidence, right? But as an example, they used the coronavirus. The simulation covered how the virus would develop and how it could only be detained if people cooperated in industries, governments, and government agencies. Again, a new world order to save us. Is it surprising when I tell you that this gathering, Event 201, was organized by the World Economic Forum, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Johns Hopkins Institute? This is no conspiracy theory. Look on the official website of Event 201. At this point, you may not be surprised anymore that the Robert Koch Institute, just like any other public institute, is closely connected to Gates' WHO, and that it created a similar simulation in 2012. Just like in Event 201, they took a coronavirus as an example. In this simulation, the starting point was a food market in Southeast Asia. A coronavirus would jump from an animal to a human. In the simulation, it takes some weeks for the Chinese to discover the virus. In this way, it can spread all over the world. A simulation is made of the next 3 years of lockdowns, destroyed economies, and the impacts on society, riots and protests included. I won't go into the details. Look it up on the website of the German government. Lastly, I would like to show you part of a talk of virologist Mark van Ranst, which he held on January 22nd, 2019 in Chatham House. The Chatham House organization is financed by the elite corporations and also by the Gates Foundation. This is an important non-profit in London where important figures gather to talk about the world's problems. The Chatham House Prize was given to Hillary Clinton, Melinda Gates, and John Kerry. During the talk, our own Ab Oosterhuis is in the front row. Van Ranst explains how he misled the people during the swine flu. He triggered fear by death numbers without context and media manipulation. He laughs as he tells how he made sure that the vaccines of the pharmaceutical companies he was working for then were accepted by many fearful people.
To tell you about my experiences being the crisis manager, the flu commissioner for Belgium and highlighting the communication aspects there. And then you have one opportunity to do it right. I mean, day one is so important. In day one, you start your communication with the press, with the people, and you have to do it right. I mean, you have to go for one voice, one message. In Belgium, they chose to appoint a non-politician to do that. I mean, I have no party affiliations, and that makes things a little bit, at that time at least, a little bit easier because you're not attacked politically, majority, minority. That doesn't come into play, and that was a huge advantage. The second advantage is that you can play in Brussels the complete naive guy and get a lot more done than you would otherwise be able to do. You have to be omnipresent that first day or the first days so that you attract the media attention. You make an agreement with them that you will tell them all, and if they call, you will pick up the phone. When you do that, then you can profit from these early days to get complete carpet coverage of the field, and they're not going to search for alternative voices there. And if you do that, that makes things a lot easier. And then you have to say, okay, well, we will have H1N1 deaths. Of course, that would be unavoidable. I used there Sir Donaldson's quote where he said that in the UK, by the peak of the epidemic, 40 people would die per day at the end of the summer. So 62 at that time million people in the UK, 40 deaths a day. I worked it out for Belgium. That would be 7 deaths a day at the peak of the epidemic. I used that in the media. 7 Belgian flu deaths per day at the peak of the epidemic would be realistic. That is true in every year, even interpandemically. That is very, very conservative. However, talking about fatalities is important because when you say that, people say, wow, what do you mean? People die because of influenza? And that was a necessary step to take. And then, of course, a couple of days later, you had the first H1N1 death in the country, and the scene was set and it was already talked about. And then you had to pick who's going to be vaccinated first. And then, well, women and children first, whatever. I mean, risk groups, they were important.
Whoa, trigger words, trigger words.
Soccer clubs in Belgium, inappropriately and against all agreements, vaccinated they made their soccer players priority people. So I said, I can use that. Because if the population really believes that this vaccine is so desirable that even the soccer players would be dishonest to get their vaccine, I said, okay, I can play with that. So I made a big fuss about this. This is Van Rans is raving mad. But it worked.
We could talk for hours about the virus of which the survival rate is 99.98% and about the incomprehensible rules that destroy our society. Millions of entrepreneurs are broke. Countless people died in loneliness, in care homes, separated from their families. This is no life. But we know enough facts now that place the corona rules in a much clearer perspective. The perspective of the elite. Big BlackRock and Big Vanguard do not benefit from borders, import taxes, and real diversity. Only by means of fear and media manipulation can they contain us. The elite's not going to cure us from the diseases we got from their toxic foods or from the environmental pollution. If we did not get sick, the pharmaceutical industry would collapse. Nothing sells better than fear is a slogan of virologists like Van Ranst. You're going to be surprised, like I was, that we have often been warned.
I think we're being run by maniacs. If anybody could put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they're actually trying to do, I think they're all insane. But I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. That's what's insane.
With this video, I reach out and hope to bridge the ever-growing gap between us. Thank you for listening. I hope in a free future we will remember this time as a unique moment in human history. It will be a tough journey, but we will travel together. We will help each other when we fall, and we will not be fearful. We are the 99%.
All right, I gotta go back and see what it said. I didn't really get to read what it said.
This video, I read.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, talk with like minds, listen to each other, ask questions, always allow space to differ. Above all, stay connected and take care of each other so that together we create the world in which we and our children can continue to live in freedom. Not to sound cliche, but I mean, well, can you disagree? Anything that said that? Now is the time to start creating the future that we want. Because if we don't have a vision for ourselves, we become part of someone else's vision. If you don't plan your life, someone else will, and you'll live someone else's dream. You know, Paul Bragg, that's funny because I'm pretty sure that's Bragg from the Bragg family. My grandma actually had talked to Patricia before at one point because my grandma was a talk show host, had some like little show kind of advertisement spot on Comcast for a couple decades, probably 20-something years, 25 years maybe. The Catalog Connection, it was called. The Catalog Connection. But, oh, new subscriber. Someone. All right, shout out to someone if they didn't unsubscribe you already, because my subs have gone up from 550 to 555, down to 550 again, up again. It's like up and down, up and down, up and down every fucking few hours. But anyway. All right.
Thank you for listening. I hope in a free future we will remember this time as a unique moment in human history. It will be a tough journey, but we will travel together. We will help each other when we fall, and we will not be fearful. We are the 99%.
Yeah, the 99%, yeah. All right, on to the next video. Let me see here. Gary Webb. Gary Webb. The Great Taking, How the Banksters Plan to Steal Everything from Everyone documentary. All right, I gotta go back and see what it said. I didn't really get to read what it said. Unless Kickout's here. I'll give Kickout the loop if he wants the loop. Kickout, do you want the loop? Yeah, that's a good point. Kickout, sir, do you want the loop? Allow space to differ. Above all, stay connected and take care of each other so that together we create the world in which we and our children can continue to live in freedom. Not to sound cliche, but I mean, can you disagree? Oh man, we got a new problem. Now's the time to start creating the future that we want. Because if we don't have a vision for ourselves, now they're going to be dissuaded because of the insane asylum that's going on here. Oh man, you know Paul Bragg. That's funny because I'm pretty sure that's Bragg from the Bragg family. My grandma actually had talked to Patricia before at one point because my grandma was a talk show host, had some like a little show kind of advertisement spot on Comcast for a couple decades, probably 20-something years, 25 years maybe. The Catalog Connection, it was called. The Catalog Connection. But, oh, new subscriber. Someone. All right, shout out to someone if they didn't unsubscribe you already, because my subs have gone up from 550 to 555, down to 550 again, up again. It's like up and down, up and down, up and down every fucking few hours. But anyway. Sorry.
Thank you for listening. I hope in the free future we will remember this time as a unique moment in human history. It will be a tough journey, but we'll work together. We will help each other when we fall, and we will not be fearful. We are 99%.
Yeah, 99%, yeah. All right, on the next video. Let me see here. Gary Webb. Gary Webb. The Great Taking, How the Banksters Plan to Steal Everything from Everyone documentary. I gotta see what it says. I don't really know. So let's kick out here. I'll give Kick out the loop if he wants the loop. Kick out, do you want the loop? Yeah, Kick out, sir, do you want the loop? Oh man, we got a new problem. Now they're going to be dissuaded because of the insane asylum. Oh man, you know Paul Bragg. Only 30 more seconds, folks. That's not too bad. 20 seconds. I'm so glad we're almost done. Oh, what a relief. Only 30 more seconds, folks. That's not too bad. 20 seconds. I'm so glad we're almost done. Oh, what a relief. Right. I think we're almost done. Come on, almost there. Right. I think we're almost done. We got a new person. Almost there. A new people, hopefully, not a person. Hopefully not a corporate slave. I think we're almost done. Directly correlated and due to the archonic. We got a new person. Almost there. A new people, hopefully not a person. Turned your brain into its creed. Therefore, we have archonic dubstep brain. Therefore, we have archonic dubstep brain. Holy. All right, I think we're caught up. All right, we got the next video here. The next video. All right, I think we're caught up. All right, we got the Great Taking: How the Banksters Plan to Steal Everything from Everyone documentary. Sounds like fear porn a little bit, but hey, get away from the system, and then this doesn't become an issue, right?
My name is David Webb. I live in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm on a small farm here. It's important to understand I am not giving financial advice. The book I've done has a greater purpose than that. I am not active in the markets. I'm not short the market. I am in things like farmland. I was managing public equities and ultimately hedge funds through the aftermath of the Asian financial crisis, the lead up to the dot-com bubble and bust. And I noticed that fund flows were very large relative to the size of the US economy, for example, or the global economy. So I started to look at the scale of money creation by the Federal Reserve. And I developed the insight that the Fed was actually influencing the financial markets, which no one would be surprised at today. But at that time, it was considered conspiracy theory, even by my partners. This was something I could not talk to people about, but I began studying it myself. And I saw that in individual weeks, the scale of new money created was on the order of 1% of US GDP or more. Now, what that meant, given that the US economy was growing at maybe 3 or 4% in a good year, to have money creation on that scale in a single week, it meant that the money creation was far outstripping any real economic growth. So the transmission mechanism for money creation into real economic activity was breaking down. This is when I started becoming concerned and started following this closely. And it actually developed into a way for me to navigate the markets. So I applied it, and I managed to protect people who I was responsible to as my clients through the dot-com bubble and bust, and did very well through the period, armed with this understanding. But the bigger understanding was that the velocity of money was collapsing. And I knew at that time, this is over 20 years ago, that we were headed into something like the time that the world experienced through the period of the Great Wars and the Great Depression, because this kind of velocity of money was occurring at that time. So I went into this deeply and studied everything that was happening leading into the 20th century, saw that this provided the best analogous period for understanding what we were entering then. So I have followed this very closely. I have applied it in my work, in what I was doing. So I had an effective understanding of it. The important thing to understand now is that the velocity of money, which is the relationship between economic growth and money, or money creation, money supply, has broken down and is now at a lower level, velocity of money, than it was at any point during the Great Depression and the World Wars. So I believe that this is actually the profound underlying reason for the many things that we are seeing geopolitically. I grew up in a family of medical people and engineers. They were not involved in high finance. As a boy, I went through basically the beginning of the industrial collapse of Cleveland. They say that people strive to get control over what has hurt them. And I grew up with a real need to understand what was destroying us, because it deeply affected my family, which had been very happy prior to this, a happy, benevolent family. And it literally destroyed the place where I grew up. So I decided to study business and finance. This was something my father did not want me to do. He thought I should be an engineer. And when I was younger, I thought I would have been a medical doctor. But this became the pressing thing for me to understand. So I studied finance and computer science. I got a subscription to the Wall Street Journal. I had no one to guide me. I just started looking at the Wall Street Journal, and I noticed these tombstones, which announced the big mergers and acquisitions deals or financing, that all these firms were in New York. So I decided at a young age, I needed to go to New York. And I got a job with a computer services firm. I could program. I had studied systems analysis and finance. So in this first year as a young guy, I went into perhaps literally every financial firm in New York City with the sales teams. So that helps a person, I think, to begin to understand things on an intuitive level just by seeing things. It's not so intimidating once you've been into these places. Things are intimidating if you've never encountered them. So that all happened in my first year. And then one of my clients, which was Mergers and Acquisitions Group, their two analysts were leaving. One was going to Harvard Business School, the other was going to the London office, and the sales guy that I worked with on that account came back and told me that they needed someone with a background in finance and computers, and I realized at that time that was going to be me. So I talked with my wife about it. I showed up at this office so early. The next day, nobody was there. I had to wait about an hour for people to start coming in. And they were shocked that I thought that I had any business suggesting that I could work there. They proceeded to put me through a shocking, stressful morning. I was ushered into one of the senior vice presidents who listened to what I had to say. And then he said, well, you better be sure you want to do this, because if you fuck up, you're gone. By the time I left, I thought maybe this wasn't such a good idea. I probably shouldn't have bothered. You know, sure enough, they called back. They needed me because I knew how to do things. So I worked in M&A, mergers and acquisitions, for 5 years in this firm. It was working literally around the clock, sometimes for days with no sleep, or maybe just lying on the office floor for half an hour to get up and continue. So I learned to deal with a lot of stress with little sleep through this period of time. And then I managed to move to what was then the biggest private equity firm in the world by an order of magnitude. I chose to go there rather than stay. I had another offer from a mergers and acquisitions group at LF Rothschild that would have been for about twice the compensation. But I sensed that there was going to be a crash of some kind. And a month later was Black Monday, October of '87, and LF Rothschild was wiped out, lost all of its capital. I really went to this private equity firm because when you're doing M&A, it's basically being a glorified salesman. You're an agent. When you're in the shoes of the private equity investment firm, you are the principal. It's a different kind of due diligence and analysis. And I was there for 3 years, but it was a very intensive 3 years. And shortly after I had started with the firm, I ended up running the acquisition of this long distance telephone company. I handled all of it because the partner on the deal had difficulty with stress, and he literally went home and stayed in bed for 6 months. I handled all the due diligence, which was very complicated, and the financing, and it ended up being the largest capital gain in the history of the firm. But it was very stressful for my family because, once again, I was working around the clock. I would get up to negotiations on Saturday morning, late into 3 a.m. Saturday night, sleep for a few hours, start again on Sunday morning. This went on for 9 months. When it was over, it took a few months, but my wife eventually said to me, you know, if I knew our life was going to be like this, I wouldn't have signed up for it. And that just crushed me. I got out a road atlas of the US. We went through it page by page and just thought about where could we go? Where could we be happy? I couldn't stay in that. There was a possibility I would go to their London office, but I knew that would even be more intense. It would just be more of the same. Once I've done something, I don't need to keep doing it. I learned what I have to learn from it. I think I am different than other people in this financial world because I actually don't care about the money. That is not why I'm doing it. That should just kind of fall out of what you're doing. And you don't need a lot of it. There's no reason that you need more and more and more. I was always driven by understanding things, and that actually gave me an advantage. I understood things that other people didn't. So ultimately, we just decided to go back to Cleveland, where I grew up, and we bought a house that was within the sound of the church bell. Where my grandfather's house was. My memory from Sundays when my dad would take us to Grandpa's house. So it was really going home to try to make things sane, but the intensity returned. Again, as I got into managing in the public markets, I had this insight that the public markets were even less efficient than the private markets because you had these big fund flows that were pushing things way up beyond where a negotiated deal would ever be done. And driving prices down below where it would be done. So you got better opportunities to both buy and sell things. I ended up ultimately running this hedge fund strategy that I created. So I designed the trading desk, I trained the people, developed this team trading strategy. Through the dot-com bubble and the bust, we were typically in 300 to 400 positions at the same time. I had developed a strategy to be short the market using hundreds of positions so that all these crazy dot-com stocks, no one position could kill us. But with all of these positions, we had a kind of visibility into the market and fund flows and what was happening. We were doing exceptionally well. People couldn't figure out how we were doing so well. So we had these consultants coming from literally all over the world, flying into Cleveland and coming to the office. The macro thing I was looking at was this rate of money growth. It's always growing, whether it was accelerating or decelerating. And I knew we had maybe a day or two lead time once I saw the figures to get positioned ahead of the market rolling over or the market accelerating upwards. And other people didn't understand this. Even if I explained it to them, they didn't want to hear about it. They didn't know how to apply it. It was like that. In addition to that, I've always operated with a mental model of what is happening in the world. And I suppose I'm different than other people in that the things I pay attention to is what does not fit my model. That is what can kill you. So I pay attention to what does not make sense to me, what does not fit. You have to drop everything. Imagine you're in a highly leveraged position with hundreds of positions. When something comes up that does not fit, you pay attention to that immediately. So the trading room was a newsroom, a research operation. So we paid attention to things second by second, and we would dig into things that did not make sense. So through this period of time, I also started changing, I think, as a person, because I was seeing things that were not in the narrative, the news narrative that people were accepting about what was happening. So I knew that economic data series were being changed. This is after September 11th, as well as all the disconnects around September 11th itself. So it was the beginnings of my becoming a kind of activist, although I didn't know it. I wrote quarterly letters to my clients. So I assembled things on my desk. They would accumulate. And I eventually had something like a thick telephone book of just the things that I knew and documented that did not conform with the accepted narrative that people were being shown through the media. And I then thinned this down to a thinner telephone book and literally started going door to door to my neighbors. And what I was doing was I was seeing how I could get through to people. How could I explain this? And it's damn difficult. Basically, it doesn't work. I decided that maybe my neighbors were too well off to be able to hear about this. So I actually went out to a poor area, and a guy was sitting on his front porch, and he was interested in what I was doing because I was still in a business suit. I explained it to him, and he just said, "Good luck, man," in this voice of someone who really knew already and had a kind of resignation that there wasn't much you could do about it. So it's been a long journey for me, trying to expose things. I was expecting that there were going to be large-scale insolvencies after the housing bubble. I was aware of what happened during the housing bubble and how that was engineered. In 2003, I met with George Soros. I showed him a chart of the growth in asset-backed securities, and I told him that this would be the basis of the next bubble and collapse. And he said to me, "You're crazy." So he either did not know that or he did not want to acknowledge it at that time in 2003. So what was happening was tremendous growth in the derivatives complex. So I started becoming concerned about derivatives in the very early 2000s, in the aftermath of the dot-com bubble. At that time, the derivatives complex was about twice global GDP. By 2007, it was 10 times global GDP. That growth in maybe 5 or 6 years. So the financialization was outstripping any real thing on earth already at that point. And this growth in asset-backed securities, what was happening was that the process of doing any credit underwriting, the moorings had been slipped, and this was done by design. Prior to this, banks would do credit underwriting, meaning they would want to get repaid for the money they had loaned. So they would do some analysis of whether the borrower could repay it. But during this period of time, the banking industry went to securitization of loans. So it became a business of originating loans without any concern as to whether they could be repaid. The loans were all packaged up, whether they were AAA loans or subprime loans or boat loans or car loans, anything. These pools were stratified. Now, if you think of it, you had a top 20%, the next 20%, and so on down to the bottom. And the idea was that any defaults would hit the bottom rated tranche first. So for the defaults in that pool to reach the top of the pool, the top 20%, you'd have to blow through 80% of all the capital in the pool. So the top was rated AAA, just structurally, they could do that. The problem was no one wanted to buy the lower rated tranches. So they then used an aspect of the derivatives market, the credit default obligation, CDO, to buy the default protection for the lower rated tranches. Then they could sell the entire pool as AAA. So this was done through, as Greenspan called it, the miracles of modern finance. And he said, presumably the risk will be borne by those best able to bear that risk at the time. So because it could all be sold as AAA and the yields were better than treasuries and the Fed was creating so much liquidity, these pools were then sold 10 times over on a modeled synthetic basis, also in the derivatives market. And so while the banks knew that they did not want to eat their own cooking, the stuff that they had originated, they were buying the assets. This is the nature of a bubble. The people that know it's a fraud are still consuming the stuff that is being created through the same process. So the asset side of the balance sheets of banks were these securities that were being created through the same process. It reached a point where credit default obligations alone were about 10% of the derivatives complex by the time the great financial crisis kicked off in 2008, 2009, 10%. So credit default obligations alone were the size of the global economy. Now, I wondered who's signing up to take that default risk. In the early stages, people were saying, well, the problem here is maybe in the hundreds of billions. They were off by an order of magnitude. It was in the tens of trillions. So as the Fed were injecting all of this created money into the banks, it eventually became clear that the default risk had been taken by hedge fund subsidiaries within the banks themselves. So they enabled this whole thing by creating the entities within the banks that would take the other side of the default risk. And then when the collapse occurred, they were given the money to paper over that loss. The Fed has murky powers that people don't know about until they decide to make it visible. One of their powers is to create entities out of nothing. You just create a limited liability company, and then the Fed can loan money, create money, and put it into that entity. It's completely off balance sheet. It doesn't have to be disclosed anywhere. But in this case, they did. They created something called Maiden Lane, which is a street I sometimes walk down in the Southern District of Manhattan and the financial district. So Maiden Lane extended this created money to buy these problematic positions out of the banks, take them off the hands of the banks. And there was so much of this problematic stuff that they then created a Maiden Lane 2 and a Maiden Lane 3. And who knows what else was created that we were not told about. So in 2008, I noticed the first failure of a broker-dealer. So I was expecting there to be a lot of insolvencies. I was paying attention. And the thing that shocked me was that the client accounts in this broker-dealer were encumbered in the bankruptcy estate of the broker. That never could have happened before. In all of the history of securities, they were personal property. And if the broker failed, you would say, I'm sorry you're out of business. Here's where you can transfer my assets. That did not happen in this case. So I started digging into what could possibly have changed. And this was as serious as a heart attack, given that we were going into this meltdown at that time. That's when I discovered it had been done through changes to the Uniform Commercial Code in the United States. This had been done in all 50 states. So it was something that could be done very quietly over a long period of time and did not have to be done at the federal level, didn't draw attention. What they did was to create a new legal construct of a security entitlement. Now, prior to this, as I said, securities for 400 years were personal property. This concept of a security entitlement severed that. That's its purpose. So what people then have, and institutions and pension funds, even sophisticated investors, all they have is an entitlement. It's a claim, it's a contractual claim, which is very weak in the event of insolvency. So it's an appearance of ownership. It's sometimes referred to as beneficial ownership, which sounds nice, but what it means is that you receive dividends, you receive a proxy, you are the owner of title. You can, of course, you can buy it and sell it, but you can see in documents that I've found that the legal owner is actually the entity that controls the security with a secured interest. They are the legal owners of the property. So now you have a contractual claim. Next, all of the securities are held in pooled form. So you have no specific identification. It used to be that with paper certificates, they were numbered. You had a specific numbered bond or stock share certificate. So now they're fungible bulk, book entry form, pooled. Further, we know, and it is absolutely irrefutable from the Fed's own response to a questionnaire from the EU, that even segregated accounts, even people or institutions that have been told that their securities are segregated, are in the same pool and entitled to only a pro rata share in the event of an insolvency of the custodian. So again, segregation is just an appearance. People are told that. It's an absolute subterfuge. And the shocking thing is that even sophisticated institutional investors do not understand this, or they don't want to know it. Further, even if fraud, outright fraud, is committed by the custodian, that does not obviate the ability of the secured creditors to take the securities from these pools ahead of the people who thought they owned them. Then there was, in 2005, a change to the bankruptcy law in the United States, creating something called safe harbor. Again, that sounds nice, but what safe harbor means is safe harbor for the secured creditors to take the client assets and to make that absolutely certain that even in the event of fraud, they will take the client assets. So prior to this change in bankruptcy law, there was something called fraudulent transfer, fraudulent conveyance, and the trustee, the bankruptcy trustee, had a duty to claw back any assets that had been fraudulently transferred. So this change was made in 2005, and then with the failure of Lehman Brothers, this was cemented in case law. And we can see the judgment by the bankruptcy court related to this. What happened there was that JP Morgan was both the custodian for the client assets and the secured creditor that took the client assets, which prior to 2005, everything that happened there would have been constructively fraudulent. But the bankruptcy judge, this is the Southern District of New York, which is Manhattan, found in favor of JP Morgan, that JP Morgan absolutely was entitled to take the client assets. The only question was whether JP Morgan was an entitled person, basically, to take the client assets. This is an important point because it's not all secured creditors that have this power to take the client assets. It is only the very biggest banks that are entitled to take the clients. But not anyone else to take anything. Only they will take them. And in this judgment, the judge asked the question, is JP Morgan a member of the protected class? Used explicitly those words and said quite obviously, as one of the biggest banks in the world, biggest financial institutions, JP Morgan is quite obviously a member of the protected class. To see this in a bankruptcy case law from the court, I think that's pretty strong stuff. It's like that document directly from the Fed provided to the legal certainty group. This is hard to refute. A custodian has the records of who owns what. It's in their books and records, but that's all it is. It is the records. The system has been changed so that the property itself is then transferred up to a higher level and held in pooled form. So you deal with your broker to execute a trade, to buy or sell something, and you get a representation of an account that shows you what you have in it. But the assets are not held, even at what you think is your custodian. It's transferred to a higher level. In the US, that is the Depository Trust Corp, which holds all securities in the United States in pooled form. So the brokers themselves are low down in the food chain. In Europe, there are central security depositories at the national level that give an appearance of a registry of ownership at the national level. But by law, under something called the Central Security Depository Regulation, CSDR, which was imposed in 2014, by law, the securities are transferred by a mandatory link to an international central securities depository. So they want cross-border mobility of the collateral to occur. So in Sweden, for example, you have a local registry, but then the securities go up to Euroclear Belgium. So they are subject to Belgian law, not Swedish law at that level. And then the collateral is transported to underpin the derivatives complex, which is housed at the central clearing counterparties. The acronym is the CCPs. So this is the purpose, to take the collateral up to this central clearing counterparty level. And we know from a BIS document that is now over 10 years old that the systems are in place for the movement of this collateral on a global basis nearly instantaneously, especially in a crisis, to be swept to meet the collateral demands of the system, the secured creditors. Also associated with this, we have to understand derivatives used to be bilateral. You knew when you entered into a contract who your counterparty was, and you looked to the credit quality of that counterparty. They were on the other side. In the name of reducing risk, they actually increased risk. They created a monolithic risk because they forced central clearing so that the CCP is the counterparty on all derivatives contracts. The central clearing parties are the counterparties. Now, what does that mean if the central clearing party itself fails? That means there is no counterparty there to honor the derivative contracts for all manner of things, but especially people that think that they have hedged their downside risk in the collapse. There's no counterparty. And the central clearing parties have been deliberately undercapitalized. So in Europe and the US, there are discussions by the participants themselves about the possibility of the central clearing parties failing. In the last few years, there have been discussions of this. And if you look at DTC itself, which houses all the securities in the U.S. securities complex and is the central clearing party for most derivatives, they have discussion of how they will start over again when the central clearing party collapses, and explicitly that they will not put more capital behind it, but they have pre-funded the startup of a new central clearing party when one of the existing ones fails. So it's essentially planned, and the entire capital base of depository trust, so essentially the entire U.S. securities complex, is housed there in all derivatives. The entire capital is $3.5 billion. Individual banks have derivative positions the size of the global GDP. So something will happen to trigger this collapse, implosion. I would say the cake is already baked at this time. It's been made to happen because to take interest rates after having kept them at zero for 15 years, which was insane to begin with and did not have to happen, was made to happen. And then in essentially a year to take that back to over 5%. And if you're noticing, they're not stopping. The rates are continuing up. I'll go through what that means for the global financial system. When interest rates were at 5%, if a bond paid $5, to simplify this, let's say it's a perpetuity, which means you don't have to take into account a maturity date. So if it pays $5, it's worth $100. We would pay $100 for that because interest rates are 5%. Now, if interest rates are driven down by the central bank to 1% and the bond still pays $5, now 5 is 1% of $500. So the value of the bond goes up 5-fold by dropping interest rates like that. And it was even further because they took it to zero. So this is the source of the bubble, the financial bubble that we've experienced, the everything bubble, as some people call it. And the entire financial system is basically a perpetuity. So everything is based on discounting cash flows. So all real estate, the entire stock market is based on discounting back theoretical future cash flows from companies, as well as bonds. Now, if you do round trip on this and you take interest rates back from 1% back to over 5%, which is something like what has happened here, you reverse the entire thing and you have an 80% fall in value of everything. All commercial real estate, the stock market, everything. Now imagine what happens to you if you own these things on leverage, if you borrowed to own these things. That's the problem. So the entire run up, the entire bubble was artificial, and the decline will be something like a decimation, where indexes will go to maybe 10% of the peak, because a lot of things will just go out of business. And this is what happened with the whole .com sector when that bubble collapsed. This is what happened in the 1930s. This is what happened to the Nikkei with Japan. All bubbles end this way. And when you step back and look at them, it's like a very sharp mountain peak that goes into like a needle blow off, and you get a first break and then a second run for the top that fails. And that's where we are now. If you step back and you look at something like the NASDAQ index, the second top that's failing now, which is understandable given that bond yields are continuing straight up. So when this begins imploding, the insolvencies will increase due to the level of debt. And there will be an automatic call for more collateral that will be transferred into the derivatives complex in these central clearing counterparties. But the central clearing counterparties are themselves likely exposed to the collapse, because I say to people that you may think that you've hedged your exposure to a decline here, but you've done it through the derivatives complex. So the risk is in the derivatives complex. It doesn't disappear. It doesn't go away. It's all there. And this pain will accumulate in the central clearing counterparties, and then they will fail. And they're basically telling us they will fail. And when that happens, the people that thought that they had hedged their exposure, included the most sophisticated institutions and the pension funds, will have no protection. And the secured creditors will take all of the underlying stocks and bonds, which then gives them control of all public corporations. And once you control the capitalization structure, you then control all of the underlying real things. So this is something like what happened in the 1930s when there was distress globally everywhere due to debt levels. And you would think that there were no winners, but there were, because the banks that were controlled by the Federal Reserve, for example, in the US, were slated to survive. 9,000 banks in the United States were forced into failure. The people who had money in those banks lost all their cash, but their debts were not canceled. Their debts were then consolidated into the Federal Reserve System and enforced. So people that were in debt were in trouble. Even wealthy people lost everything. The difference this time around is they're not going after just property that is encumbered by debt. They've engineered this so they can take things, all securities as collateral, from people and entities that have no borrowings against them. They own them clear and outright. Now, let me give you an example as an analogy to explain the horror of this. So you have bought a car and you paid cash for it. I think you're being very conservative. You have no debt against the car. But unbeknownst to you, the dealer continues to control your car as collateral. You're not told this. The dealer uses your car and all the other cars sold by the dealer as collateral for his borrowing in his business. Now, the dealer goes bust, and only certain secured creditors are empowered to immediately take your car and all the cars ever sold by the dealer without any judicial review immediately. When I describe this to people, they get worried about their cars. This is not about your car. This is an analogy for what has been done. It's much worse than this being about your car, because it is literally about the entire securities complex globally. So it is not about your insolvency that causes the loss of your assets. It's the insolvency of the people that secretly used your collateral as their property without telling you that or disclosing it. How could this happen legally? It's a good question. And perhaps there is some hope for humanity in avoiding this, in challenging this whole construct, because it is a construct. None of this is real. There are real things in the world. This is not a real thing. But they will try to convince us that, well, I'm sorry, you've lost everything. It's an elaborate story. So yes, they have changed law. Can that be challenged? That's what has to happen. So this was the process. They changed it in the Uniform Commercial Code. This was beginning in 1994. The efforts to affect this actually go back further than that, into the 1960s when they began the process of dematerialization of securities to hold them all electronically, which some people were suspicious about then, and they were right to be suspicious. It is clear that that beginning process was literally run by the CIA. And this is not conspiracy theory. The man who was charged with forming the Depository Trust Corp to do this, in his own memoir and in interviews, discloses that he was a career CIA operative from the time he was a young man. So there was a grand strategic purpose behind this. They've been able to do it because it has been run from the highest levels of the US government. So the involvement of the CIA, then when this construct of the securities entitlement was put into the Uniform Commercial Code, that was pushed through all 50 states, done quietly. That change was made in 1994. So it took maybe 10 years to get it done in all the states. Then they changed the bankruptcy law in 2005, and then it was ready to go with the testing of the Lehman Brothers case in 2008. So there's a plan that's executed over decades to do this. Then they began a process of harmonization, which was to force this model in law globally. And they did this through the EU. The first discussion in documents in the EU is in 2002. So that's when the process was beginning then, in the aftermath of the dot-com bust. And the EU created something they call the Legal Certainty Group. And again, that sounds like a good thing, but what they mean is legal certainty that the secured creditors will take the client assets. And they worked at this for years, figuring out how to subvert local law. When you think about it, rights to property is kind of a sacred thing. It's something that all people should care about. And oddly enough, even the people participating in making this happen should care about this in a big way. So therein lies the hope of addressing this. We can come back to that. But the Legal Certainty Group identified the problematic local law. And then it took maybe another 10 years to come up with this CSDR regulation, Central Securities Depository Regulation in 2014, that mandated the transport of the collateral from the local or the national level, Central Securities Depository, where people think they own their things outright. Their record of ownership is there, and the securities are transferred up to this international Central Securities Depository level and then on to the central clearing counterparties. So it has been done in law. It's been done legally. It must be attacked legally. It must be dismantled legally. The power behind all of this is the private control of the central banks. And when you look around the world, they are all privately controlled. You are not allowed to know, actually, who controls the Federal Reserve and how it is controlled. We know that it is controlled somehow by a set of banks. So there is some kind of an ownership structure that extends through the banks that own and control the Fed. But something like this is done in all central banks around the world. If you notice, any country that has attempted to have a national bank is literally attacked and destroyed. They're not allowed to exist. So it is linked with the war machine, this private control of money. The intelligence agencies, the militaries globally would not be able to function as they are if they weren't linked with this money creation power. We now know that when we were kids, perhaps we thought that the money you borrowed from the bank is someone else's savings that they're giving you. It's a zero-sum game. I think we now know with the scale of the money created during the COVID period that that is not the case. The scale outstrips any real world activity, and it's just created out of thin air. So this is the power that controls everything. They control all political parties, all governments, all the major corporations, the media. And this was the case leading into the 20th century. In this period when the velocity of money was collapsing, that is basically a collapse of their control system. The money is a very sophisticated control system because it requires almost no energy input. People are directed by chasing money incentives. But this power through chronic overuse, when it reaches this point where no matter how much money is created, it's not translating into actual economic growth, then it goes into a financial bubble, and then you get the major collapse of the whole system. Then they must have a plan to stay in control through that collapse, which will require physical control over people through the reset because the money control system has broken down. So this is why you have a period of terrible instability. So as we were entering the 20th century, velocity money was collapsing, then the Qing dynasty collapsed. It's a global phenomenon that ended dynastic rule in China. Then in the period 1914 to 1918, the Turk-Ottoman Empire collapsed, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, Germany was destroyed, and the British Empire had passed its zenith and was really collapsing at that point. So it's a global collapse. And the people that control the banking power through that managed to stay in control. And they did it by subjugating populations. It's not about taking their money. It's not about taking their stuff, which they don't need. It's about suppression and subjugation. And that's the lesson when you look at this period in the 1930s. And that is what they have planned for this kind of a cycle again. And they've set up for it. So this plan to take all collateral globally and to collapse the system in a kind of controlled demolition where they end up controlling everything, this design was set in motion over 50 years ago. It may have had a longer planning horizon than that, but we can see actual concrete steps beginning in the 1960s with dematerialization. So when this is unfolding, this wave of insolvencies, and it creates an urgency to take the collateral, people will be terrified. They will be panicked. And we know that fear shuts down critical thinking. So people will be in panic mode. I've always been interested in what happened in the 30s because of talking about these things with my father who lived through that. And what I saw happening in Cleveland when I was a boy, I'd try to talk with anyone who had lived through that time. And I asked my aunt what had happened in the 30s. And she said, well, suddenly no one had any money. And I said, what do you mean? How could that be? And she said, well, no one had any money, and even wealthy families didn't have any money. And she knew families in which their daughters had been going to private schools and they couldn't afford to go back to school. When you really look at what happened there, if you close all the banks, which is what FDR did, he suddenly literally closed all the banks, and then only certain banks were allowed to reopen, which were the ones controlled by the Fed. Well, then suddenly no one had any money. It's not hard to imagine when it's all just shut down suddenly. And then you have the problem that there was a drop in price level, drop in activity, and they kept the economic activity very suppressed for years. And I know that from family history through the 30s. My grandfather's engineering business, I know from a family letter by 1936, which was 3 years after the banks had reopened, there was still no business. 3 years later, they managed to get through this, both sides of my family, because they had no debt. People were more conservative then, but it was very difficult. Now, the other thing that happened was the Federal Reserve was set up with a kind of inevitable logic that they would have to take the gold from the public, which was, of course, the monetary asset backing everything then. So the gold of the public was confiscated under the complaint that the public was hoarding the gold. But then what did the Fed do with it? The Fed hoarded the gold and did not use it to expand credit. They kept the conditions tight. So what do we have this time around? Gold is not the underlying collateral in this system. It's all securities globally. So they will be taken under the argument that, well, we have to save these systemically vital institutions so that we can restart the economy again. How could we restart the economy if they are not protected? So that will be the reason given. And it's like a game of Monopoly where all of the pieces, all of the money on the board are pulled back to the bank. And then they say, let's start a new game. We'll start over from the basis that we have everything and you don't. So would you like to borrow something? And this is what the CBDC, the central bank digital currency, will be. It will be very difficult for people to refuse to use it because they literally won't be able to eat. They will have an app they can download. This will be the help. This will be the cavalry riding to the rescue. Just download this app and you can load your phone with some currency to allow you to go buy milk. But every time you use that, you're actually borrowing money from them. They have you. Again, it will happen very fast. This will unfold in a very frightening crisis kind of environment, and people will have difficulty refusing. And that's why it's so important to spread this awareness of this beforehand so that people understand what is happening and so that people can become engaged in this all the way to the top of the system. It has the potential to activate very capable people all the way to the top of the system. It has the potential to unify people against this. What I tried to do with this book was to stick with things I absolutely know and to make it a kind of whole in terms of allowing one to see irrefutably the whole thing with aim of pulling it out on the table so that everyone can have a good look at it, including the participants, including the people that are making it happen. I have the premise that this is largely being done unconsciously, that the end result of this has not really been fully understood by the participants, and that perhaps even the people at the very top of this do not understand what is about to happen, and that they will be destroyed by their own hand if they do this. So it's the result of a kind of inevitable logic that they have to control everything, that has now been taken to the ultimate degree where one can see, while it's an intelligent design, it is literally insane to actually do this because no one wants this. And that the people that have inherited this ownership layer at the very top, they did not design this. They did not put it in motion. They have allowed the juggernaut to continue. There has been no pruning in the garden. There's been no oversight. It's literally never been looked at, never been checked. It has basically run out of control unconsciously. So we have to make it conscious all the way to the top of the system. Now, another way I think about this is they study us. We have to try to imagine who we're dealing with here. So I'm getting into conjecture about this. I have known people pretty high in the system. I have this idea that people are intimidating if you have not met them. But once you've met them, you see that they are just people. And I think we have to understand these are just people. They are not lizards eating babies like potato chips. That is not helpful to think of it that way. So they are actually not particularly capable people. So there is a head of the snake, but it can't do anything alone. It is reliant on the muscle beneath the head of the snake to do everything for it. And that part of the purpose of this is to push this awareness up to that muscle. Now, what would that look like? It might look like people that control corporations that are doing all the work to implement that would realize when they see this that they didn't know anything about this, which means they do not actually have a place at the table. How might that affect their thinking? Could they have some interesting conversations with someone when they're asked to do something? Could they perhaps decide to withdraw participation? That kind of thing we need to happen. So we have to reach people at high levels in the system. Another principle is that there's not just one head of the snake. It's like a hydra. There are lots of heads. And if you cut one off, another one grows back. So you have to be able to show the entirety of this because they only understand one piece of it. So this is like a mirror to be able to see concisely the whole of where this is going so that you can address the many-headed hydra. You know, people consider that the CIA and all the intelligence organizations are much like that. As I said, the garden has not been pruned. There's been no oversight here. So they're all running within their missions, essentially out of control. Those people also need to be aware of where this is going. Now, there are people that are actual criminals, that are killers in this, but they are not the people running things. Actually, if the money is just cut off to these entities, it stops. I think that we're very close to this collapse being triggered. What are the indications for that? Well, most profoundly, what has been done to interest rates and where they are now and the scale of the insolvencies that are out there, they're not being discussed. They're being covered up. The only way that the financial system has not collapsed is that there is a big hidden hand injecting lots of created money directly into the financial markets, holding them up right now, as well as allowing institutions to believe they have downside risk by buying protection in the derivatives market, the combination of those things. So this support, the hidden hand, as I call it, can be withdrawn at the time of their choosing. But we're getting late in this process, given what's already happened to the interest rates. The other indication of timing is the bank resolution, the documents of the Bank Resolution Authority in Europe. Their planning cycle documents were mandating all of the globally systemically important banks to be ready for solvent wind down at the end of last year, 2022. Now, what they mean by solvent wind down is not wind down of the entire bank on a solvent basis. It will be parts of the bank that will remain solvent. But they've literally mandated that they have to be ready, the biggest banks, to go flat on all of their derivatives positions in a controlled way suddenly. So they prepared for that. That is operational as of the end of last year. Now, in this year's planning cycle document, they are saying that they are on track to have completed all their work by the end of this year, 2023. So these are indications. To give you another idea of the seriousness of this, they've been running these trilateral exercises with Britain and the EU and the US for 6 of the 7 past years. I think they may have missed a year during COVID, but in these exercises, from the US side, the participants are the US Treasury Secretary, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, the chairman of the FDIC, the heads of all these entities in this exercise, which I've never seen before with anything. So they're very, very serious about this. And these exercises are about assuring the cross-border transfer of the collateral when the banks are put into wind down. So you've noticed in the news that there have been some failures of banks in the last year, and that is due to this increase, this backup in interest rates. And the idea that this is a bank-specific problem is not the case. These are the canaries in the coal mine. This is absolutely systemic. Again, looking back at the 1930s for guidance here, the first big bank failure was in 1930. It was allowed to happen, and there was a kind of trickle of bank failures. So the bank holiday, when they closed everything, wasn't until 1933. So it was an unfolding banking crisis for 3 years. So it's not unusual that you would have an opening stage here of a number of banks that have failed, but it doesn't all let loose immediately. It unfolds over months and perhaps a couple of years before you hit the point where everything's in free fall. Well, how could things be better here? How could this go well? We have to imagine that. It seems to be overwhelming, but the first step is to get this awareness up to the highest levels so that people realize we don't want this to happen. It's been taken to an insane extreme and it's not going to go well for anyone, then people are left with this idea that, well, everything will just collapse. And I don't believe that at all. There is a real world with real economic activity that goes on despite this system that extracts resources from people and places enormous stress on them, that funds psychological operations that are, of course, public-facing. They're used against the population so that the resources of the public are extracted, tremendous burdens are placed on people, stresses. It's a system that subjugates people. And if that simply stops, everything gets better immediately. Now, how could things be different? Central banking should be a public utility. The very idea that it should be controlled by private interests, that is the source of all the problems for humanity. That must stop. As a public utility, of course, banking is a useful thing to have. We have to realize we don't have to go back to sticks and stones. We don't want everything burned to the ground. We have to take back control of our society, which has largely been created by good people, all the innovations, and usurped. So we don't owe them anything. We have good things that have been created. We just have to not allow them to control these things any longer. So public banking would be like a utility. Any profits would be returned to the public or used to support government. We have to have government. We have to have some way to operate society and have roads and do things that work for society. So anarchy and chaos, we can't have that. So this has to be done peacefully. It has to be done legally. Another concept, and these are not my ideas, I'm borrowing these things in terms of public banking, but also something like the tax system, which is really a way of harassing and, again, subjugating people. We know with the scale of money creation, things are not being funded from our tax dollars. But if we had a stable system, some kind of share of economic resources are needed to operate the government. A very simple way to do that is to place a simple fee on every electronic money transfer. Wouldn't be needed for paper currency, just every electronic money transfer. We know today that the major corporations don't pay any taxes. They aren't supporting anything. So money flows, it could be a fraction of a percent. And especially if you end all of the wars, if you wind down the military bases, if you stop all the covert actions which are criminal, the scale of government can be right-sized to what is actually beneficial to humanity. As I say, we're being governed by constructs. They aren't even real. And if they don't serve humanity, they must be stopped. And if we're going to have artificial constructs, they must serve humanity. So imagine how people would feel if they were told, you don't have to file taxes anymore. That's all going to be handled. Just pay 0.1% on whatever electronic transfer you're doing. But the people that run this system don't want those kinds of solutions because it would eliminate their control. So my purpose with this book is to create something that will show the entirety of what this is and where it's going, to do it with an economy of information and just hard, irrefutable information, and to put this in something that can travel. And that is happening. And I know already that it has reached billionaires, it's reached people all over the world. It's reached people that manage a lot of money, have responsibility for that. People in Buenos Aires and Vancouver and New Zealand and Monaco, London. So it is happening. That's what we have to have happen. And we need people at the top of the system that are not 6 degrees separation from the head of the snake, but are more like 1 or 2 degrees from the head of the snake, to become aware of this and start to say something about it and start to do something about it, because they realize that they are not going to be protected. As I say toward the end of the book, wealthy people think they're special. You are special. They're saving you for dessert. And you let that sink in. So everybody has to get busy with this, including people who believe that they are powerful and making a difference. And it needs to be done legally. It needs to be opposed through legal means. I mean, imagine what would happen if judges in important positions become aware of this. Prosecutors, this has never really been examined in terms of how it can be dismantled. And there will be ways to do this because it is just a construct. So in terms of advice to people, and again, I can't give you financial advice. I don't know your personal situation. I would start by saying that your happiness is important and the happiness of your family. And you should not let financial considerations cause you to do something that will drive your family into despair. You have to be able to get through these years. But if there are things you can do that might actually give you a relief of stress, you should consider doing those things. And one of those might be to eliminate all debt. So you have to get over this notion that you should use borrowed money to control more stuff. They want you to do that because when the price level falls, you won't be able to service that debt. So you take advantage of this time remaining to sell things to pay off your debts. It doesn't make sense to have money in the financial markets when you also have debt. There are people I know who have sold their homes, which is a tough decision to make, and are simply renting to make sure that they're not in debt at all. So you have to ask yourself, these are personal decisions, how that feels for you to do that. Another principle is to get real, so to speak, to invest in real things, avoid constructs and intermediaries. You want to hold things directly, have good title to them, things that you can hold like that, such as land, buildings and land. And you want to think about if this goes into a difficult period of years, and this can be a positive thing, is to have an ability to produce food. In the 30s, for both sides of my family, they weren't farmers, but they had to have recourse to family that had farms in order to supplement their food. It was important. So again, that can be done in a positive way. You put money into building the greenhouse, have a big garden and orchard, might choose to live in a more rural area. Talking with people who went through the Depression, there was one friend of mine, much older than me. I knew he had lived through the Depression, and I asked him about it. And he said, well, both my parents were killed in an automobile accident. So I was on my grandfather's farm, and I was not aware that there was a depression. So he was on this farm with his cousins. That tells you something. As a child, they were just fine. The book I've written is called The Great Taking, and you can find it on a landing page at thegreattaking.com. There is a free PDF you can download. I've done it this way because it will make it close to zero friction, so it can spread globally, and that is really happening. Some people would say, well, surely you must be paid something for this, and I know that if I had been paid anything, I would just use it to spread the book. So why do that? Make it zero friction. This is the most important thing I can do right now. There are hard copy books you can get through Lulu, and those cost something because it costs something to produce them, and they can be delivered globally. There is some small profit in that, but I am directing that to another person who is a scientist and has done very important work.
All right. So that was The Great Taking. I have the info in the description if you are curious to know what we have been watching. Should be in order, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Let me see. Shout out to 11 at, oh, look at that, 11 minutes, 10-second average view. Shout out to 11. All right. I'm going to try to, yeah, it was a good video. That was, if I did not say already, that was, let me see. David Webb. David Webb. Exposes the system central bankers have in place to take everything from everyone. Former hedge fund manager David Webb takes the audience step by step through his forensic investigation into the legal, financial, and regulatory changes that have set up the greatest crime ever contemplated the planned confiscation of everyone's global securities assets. Webb, author of a book by the same title, exposes the scheme by central bankers to subjugate humanity by taking all securities, bank deposits, and property financed with debt. Legal certainty has been established that the collateral can be taken immediately without judicial review by entities described in court documents as the protected class, Webb says in the film. Even sophisticated professional investors who were assured that their securities are segregated will not be protected. President and CEO Mary Holland, Webb said he has been studying global financial systems and warning of a coming great taking, quote unquote, financial collapse for more than 20 years. His decades of hedge fund experience gave him insight into money flows and systemic risks that he believes foreshadow an orchestrated crash. Webb spent years researching historical precedents like Great Depression era bank closures and gold confiscation to help him understand the playbook used by powerful banking interests during times of financial turmoil. He first noticed that money velocity rates showed how excessive money creation drives unstable economic bubbles. The mainstream news coverage during the 1990s Asian financial crisis aftermath did not fully explain the odd market movements he was seeing. Digging deeper, Webb realized the scale of the money creation during this period was very high. He found Federal Reserve Board activity generating over 1% of gross domestic product worth of new money in 1 week, in order magnitude bigger, quote unquote, than annual growth rates, he said. The massive liquidity influx was not going into the real economy, Webb said, but into destructive things, wars, various operations that are about control. Black Ops, PsyOps, he's pretty much referring to there. Webb, and etc. Webb compared the state of the economy just before World War I to today's hyper-financialized economy, saying both are about looting and the late phase of economic bubbles just prior to a crash. Webb also witnessed a decade-long campaign to change commercial banking statutes and ownership definitions state by state that set the stage for revoking investor property rights during defaults. The underpinning of the entire securities infrastructure in the U.S. is the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. So, yeah. See where that's originally from. Here, let me see. And then the one before that we had watched was Monopoly, the plan for world domination through UN Agenda 2030. Allegedly, some would say. Hashtag allegedly. Hashtag some would say. Hashtag many would say. Hashtag anyone with the fucking brains and eyes to see would say. All right. Where was I going here? Someone left something in the chat, I think. I actually thought I was gonna have to run and dip out because some family, some real life matters popped up there, and they might still. So at any moment, I might have to get out of here, but I do not know for sure yet. So we will see. Let me see how I'm coming in here. Shout out to 11. No, for sure yet. So we will see. All right, I'm coming in. See how I'm coming in here. Shout out. So hold up. Where's that link that you dropped, sir? Scientist equals his rosin supplier. What does that mean again exactly? I don't know what we're talking about. All the patents are high-level invitations that are not meant to exist. Have a look for yourself. So I have a question. If you take a nug and hot press it and get the yellow liquid, it would be making the same... It would be like smoking the same amount and type of cannabis just in an extracted form. Though it's concentrated. It's different though, you know, and it's assimilation and bioavailability and more. I mean, just in its effectiveness, efficacy, or whatever, in terms of, you know, crossing the blood-brain barrier and stuff. So there's a lot of different variables there. Okay, what am I doing here? Let me check the docket. So we did part 1, 2, 3. Oh, right. Massive volcano erupts in Iceland. Let me see where that's at. For some random world news here. This isn't the first event I think that's happened recently.
Discover more at Murata.
Wow.
Fantastic new homes,
All right.
more exciting
Always
amenities,
good
and
stuff.
more things to do with your family.
Nej, ja, det vet. Ses mjuskigt igen.
Welcome to another edition of the Truth Zone. As always, this is your host, Truth Seeker here. And the volcano in Iceland has finally erupted. Now, I am not saying that for certain, but back in November, they reported unholy sounds when the eruption of the volcano was imminent. And that headline really grabbed my attention on this matter because CERN is doing a lot of stuff.
Sounds old school, man. I like
mess
that.
with stuff.
I
mess
wouldn't
with
mind
things,
that.
Mess with the reality that we know. You could do your research on the Mandela effect. CERN is doing a lot of things to mess with the reality that we know. They are trying to bring something over from the other side. So you really have got to just question everything. Now, I know Iceland is known for volcanoes. I know this. So this could just be a part of nature. This could just be a thing that just happens because they are known for their volcanoes. But you still got to just question things. You still just got to just do research and just get to the root of what's really going on when it comes to stuff like this. And another interesting thing is this person tweeted out, Jack Danger. He tweeted out that a hole has opened up under Greenvik, Iceland. And he's questioning if this is a portal to hell. I don't know. But HARP and CERN and things like that are messing with stuff. Make no mistake about that. So you really have got to question everything. But this would be a perfect cover-up. Doing it in a place that is known for this type of activity. This could be a perfect testing ground. They could do all kinds of stuff over here to mess with stuff, to test stuff on what they could possibly use in other places, and people will give it no thought because this place is known for this type of activity. So again, you have got to question everything because you really don't know what these people have planned, what these people are trying to do. One thing is for certain, they are messing with the weather. They are doing everything in their power to destroy us, one way or the other. My prayers go out to these people in Iceland and what they are dealing with. And I hope people are safe. These are some trying times that we are in. And things continue just to get more and more crazy by the day. A headline that caught my attention too is, read this. Is researchers have for the first time simulated all stages of a runaway greenhouse effect, finding that it could turn the planet basically into hell in the coming centuries. It's very interesting how they use that. And we see more and more weird things happening with the weather. We see more and more strange and odd events happening. Unexplainable events happening. Again, I know that Iceland is known for volcanoes, but there's been a lot of volcanic activity happening. There's been a lot of weird weather events happening this year. They are messing with the weather as we know it. They are trying to destroy us one way or the other. That's why they put out stuff like this too. They want to create all of this fear. They want to create all of this chaos. They want people to be as scared as possible. They want total control. So my prayers go out to the people in Iceland. I hope that they are safe with this stuff going on. Thank you for tuning in to another edition of the Truth Zone. Please hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here and turn on the bell icon so you can be notified of any and all future uploads that I make and do on this channel. I thank you for your continued prayers and support. Please share the content in the channel wherever you can think of sharing it. God bless each and every one of you. And this is Truth Seeker signing out.
Comunione e della meditazione della Chiesa. Sono tentazioni pericolose, sono tentazioni dannose, sono, come diceva il grande Paolo VI, dicotomie assurde.
Oh, we already watched it.
Ricordatevi bene, essere
We already watched it.
cristiano significa appartenenza alla Chiesa.
Let me just go back to, I don't remember what tab I had it in, but shout out to Sanja whose channel is now called I'll Be Back. I'll Be Back 3, I'll Be Back 4. Might be I'll Be Back 5, I'm not sure. I don't even remember what videos I had queued up though. I think I might have accidentally closed out the tab. So I'll just throw a couple in.
Gangway! After see New York, we could all go with the bus company's special super sitter fare. $9. This one's on Nick.
Let's hope Osama bin Laden doesn't know shoe tunes. God, I hope I get it. I hope I get it. Wait and see. Oh, you're stupid.
Well, you're stupider.
Oh, you're...
Time. Now strike at the heart of American defense and destroy the Pentagon with one swift and deadly blow. Both sides of the tower.
No fucking shit. Can't make this shit up, folks.
The towers are falling. Go, go!
Man, the Blind 11 pre-programming never ends. It really doesn't.
Lil Uzi Vertical's long-awaited concert tour has officially begun, and some fans are saying they felt like they were part of some type of ritual. Now, before I show you the rest of the clip, you heard that girl say that Uzi has a game to play. How many times can you say his name? And she says it 6 times. Now, if you keep repeating his name, Lil Uzi Vert, it starts to sound like the name Lucifer, and it's no coincidence she said it 6 times, the devil's number. Now, watch the rest of this clip, and I'll be sure to keep you guys updated on the rest of his concert tour.
Yeah.
Join us, Uzi. You promised us. Come to the dark side.
I want to move on. I want to create. I want to annoy people that are businessmen that want to take advantage of me.
A lot of golden showers. The gold juice live forever. I want. You never offered the gold juice? No, I'm a scumbag comic. What's the gold juice? I don't know, but I didn't drink it and I didn't want it. And is this I noticed when all the girls, certain girls on Orange, changed. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's like a real thing.
I found the secret of life. I looked into God's eyes and knew what I saw. The juice weasel.
After actress Taryn Manning recently stirred up a storm with comments about something called gold juice, Jim Carrey is also speaking out on this rumored Hollywood ritual where celebrities have to do some disturbing things in exchange for money and fame. Jim is no stranger to criticizing Hollywood, and he actually announced last year that he's leaving the industry behind. And now that Taryn is openly speaking out about the so-called gold juice ritual, fans are speculating that all these celebs who get labeled crazy or leave Hollywood are the ones who refuse to drink the gold juice. But what exactly is gold juice? And is this the reason Jim Carrey decided to quit Hollywood? Let's get into it.
That's why we're here. We're here to separate people from their egos.
The Orange is the New Black star, Taryn Manning, recently sparked a viral discussion after she appeared on Moving Cummings' podcast and claimed she was offered to drink something called gold juice in exchange for fame. Now, Taryn Manning is one of those celebs that people like to dismiss as crazy because she previously had some personal issues and struggled with substances. However, Taryn now claims the reason her career suffered was because she refused to drink the gold juice. So, to give you some context, Taryn was talking to Whitney about how Hollywood is much more sinister than people can imagine, and she mentioned Britney Spears and the late Brittany Murphy as examples of celebs whose souls were dismantled by Hollywood.
Even going back to Brittany Murphy, that was my pal, and what happened to her and Britney Spears, I worked with her day by day, and she was awesome, a sweetheart, and so kind, and it's just I think she's. I don't know what's going on with her, but it's just sad to see the dismantling of people's souls.
Whitney then asked Taryn if she thinks there's a level of fame that's just too dangerous, and Taryn said that it gets dangerous when you refuse to drink the Kool-Aid or gold juice. Taryn claimed she was offered to drink the gold juice 3 times during her career, and she said this was supposed to give her eternal life and all the fame and money in the world.
Yeah. If you don't drink the Kool-Aid, you don't drink the gold juice. So I was offered the gold juice 3 times in my 20s, my 30s, and my 40s. Pete? A lot of golden showers. The gold juice that I will live forever and I'll have whatever I want. The gold juice. You never offered the gold juice? No, I'm a scumbag comic. What's the gold juice? I don't know, but I didn't drink it and I didn't want it. And is this I noticed when all the girls, certain girls on Orange, changed. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's like a real thing. It's all a real thing.
Taryn said gold juice was scary because apparently if you don't drink it, they send someone to destroy you mentally.
And it's scary because they send people after you and they can kind of moonlight as a friend or you know, and they're wolf in sheep's clothing. And
when asked to explain if gold juice is an actual substance or if it's just a metaphor for something, Taryn says she's not sure and that it could be a metaphor. However, she again claimed it's definitely a real thing.
You can have everything you want, all the fame in the world, all the money. I'm like, what if I just drank it? But then you know what I mean? Like, what if and I don't know what it is. If it's a metaphor for the gold juice, like, you feel what I'm saying?
Mostly. Whitney then made a joke about adrenochrome, the conspiracy theory that claims global elites use a chemical harvested from children as an elixir of youth. However, Taryn said she doesn't believe in that, and she then went on to talk about how Hollywood is actually even creepier than any conspiracy theory. Of course, fans had their own theories on what Taryn meant by gold juice, and a lot of them said it's interesting how all the celebs who start speaking out against Hollywood get labeled crazy, develop substance issues, or die under mysterious circumstances. One fan commented, "I truly believe that whenever a celebrity refuses it, they go after them and through actors' handlers get them to either become drug addicts or hypnotize them till they lose their minds, just so they don't rat out what happens in Holly weird or start having mental breakdowns so they become unbelievable." As for the nature of gold juice, most fans are saying it's a metaphor for some kind of sacrifice you have to make in exchange for fame. And Taryn isn't the only person who talked about these sacrifices. Kanye West previously claimed his mom Donda was sacrificed. And then Dave Chappelle famously turned down a $50 million deal from Comedy Central, later explaining that he didn't turn down the money, but the conditions that came with it.
I wasn't walking away from the money.
Yeah.
I was walking away from the circumstances that were coming with the newfound plateau.
As for Kanye, all the way back in 2015, he talked to Q magazine about his mom's death and said, "If I had never moved to LA, she'd be alive. I don't want to go far into it because it'll bring me to tears." But fast forward 7 years later, and Kanye openly said his mom was sacrificed, and he insinuated that many other high-profile celebs had to make similar sacrifices.
My mom ain't here. My mama was sacrificed.
Me too.
You understand?
Yeah. Appreciate
Michael Jordan. What about him? His dad, right? Bill Cosby, his son, right? Dr. Dre, his son. You're out in Hollywood. A lot of people come up missing. Feels like it might be a lot of that in order to control, traumatize. They want to monetize and traumatize.
And this is why fans are now speculating that the gold juice Taryn talked about is some kind of personal sacrifice that celebs are required to make if they want to achieve higher levels of fame. And this brings us to Jim Carrey, who announced last year he was leaving Hollywood after he spent years trying to warn people about the dark side of the industry. You might remember how back in 2014, Jim made the Illuminati sign during his appearance on Jimmy Kimmel. And while the audience thought he was just messing around, Jim said something really interesting about how celebrities are used to distract people from important issues.
Talk show hosts, people on television, people in sitcoms have been hired by the government to throw you off the track, to distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile, so you don't know what's really going on. You know, they get out there in the woods in a circle naked and they decide these things.
But what's even crazier is that almost exactly a year after Jim made these comments, his ex-girlfriend, Catriona White, passed away due to a suspected OD. And Catriona's ex-husband filed a lawsuit against Jim, alleging that he provided her with prescription drugs. And this is also when the media started fishing stories to demonize Jim and basically blamed him for his girlfriend's death. While the lawsuit was later dismissed and Jim was able to clear his name, he was never the same after this, and he recently announced he's officially done with Hollywood. When asked why he made this decision, Jim made a comment referencing Will Smith's Oscars slap incident, seemingly implying that this was something that Will Smith was required to do in order to keep his fame.
Are we really not going to get any more Jim Carrey roles? I gotta get out of here before I slap someone. Seriously.
Again, a lot of fans thought Jim was just joking. However, there are still many of those who are convinced that people like Jim and Taryn Manning are telling the real truth about Hollywood. One fan commented, "I truly believe her story. Prime example, Isaac Cappy. He started to release information about Hollywood and then boom, he's dead. Praying for her safety." Someone else added, "I think with the juice, she means a set of rules and maybe collateral that keeps everyone complicit and in line. Like a cult. Once you're in, you can't get out and can't expose others because your hands aren't clean either." But what are your thoughts on this gold juice theory? Is it a metaphor for something? Comment down below and don't miss out on this next video.
All sides were there, sure, but
Right.
you'd call me crazy because it is crazy. It would make more sense if we were on the brink of an all-out invasion. But this, I think we'd actually let something like this happen. I thought we were smarter than that. What happened? Because my primary client works in the defense sector, I spent a lot of time studying the cost-benefit analysis of military campaigns. There was one program in particular that terrified my client the most. A simple 3-stage maneuver that could topple a country's government from within. The first stage was isolation. Disable their communication and transportation. Make the target as deaf, dumb, and paralyzed as possible, setting them up for the second stage. Synchronized chaos. Terrorized into covert attacks and disinformation. Overwhelming their defense capabilities, leaving their weapon systems vulnerable to extremists in their own military. Without a clear enemy or motive, people would start turning on each other. Done successfully, the third stage would happen on its own. What's the third stage? A coup d'etat. Civil war. Collapse.
Mount Hermon, high above the Holy Land. At 9,230 feet, this mysterious mountain straddles the borders of Lebanon, Syria, and Israel. Sitting above the Golan Heights, Mount Hermon has been contested ground among Christian, Hebrew, and Islamic faithful for thousands of years. According to the Synoptic Gospels, Mount Hermon is the location of the transfiguration of Jesus, an event in which Jesus was transformed into a radiant, altered state and was seen to be conversing with Moses and the prophet Elijah. Mount Hermon is also the site where the 200 fallen angels descended to earth in the book of Enoch. But why Mount Hermon? Is there a geological significance to that site?
All across the face of the earth, there are particular hotspots. And it could well be that the reason the Middle East is such a hotspot, and the reason there are legends that the Middle East contains stargates, portals to other universes. One theory says that we were populated from the stars in the Middle East at the beginning of what we call our own time.
In the occult science of numerology, the number 33 represents the ultimate attainment of consciousness. Mount Hermon is located at the 33rd parallel north, which is a latitude 33 degrees north of the Earth's equator. Tracing the 33rd parallel to the exact opposite side of the globe directly points to the site of the most famous alleged UFO encounter in modern history, in Roswell, New Mexico.
If you take the geographic polar opposite from Mount Hermon, you wind up in Roswell, New Mexico. Now, that's not an accident, folks. It's not an accident. Fallen angels are very big on where they show up, what they do, how they do it. That should send shivers up and down your spine.
But could the global coordinates of the Roswell crash site and those of Mount Hermon have a special, perhaps secret significance?
If aliens use the 33rd latitudinal line as a waypoint, as a landing point for planet Earth, what biblical people saw thousands and thousands of years ago on Mount Hermon were entities that came down from the sky. They call them angels.
Could the angels that descended on Mount Hermon thousands of years ago and the aliens who were reportedly seen over Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 belong to the same extraterrestrial race? And if so, does this mean that angels or aliens have been among us all along? Were they left behind to monitor us, or perhaps even guide us into the future?
Fans are saying that this is the most demonic concert they have ever attended. Before I show you actual footage of Rima's concert, this is the trailer that he dropped before the concert started. He jumps into a portal of fire and then onto a horse. The trailer fades, then the intro of the concert begins and a black cage is lifted off of him. Members in the audience were so shocked that they started to record saying, "I was genuinely scared for my life." This woman said that it felt like he was doing a ritual, and I don't blame her. The way the dancers were dancing, he was screaming and speaking words that no one could understand. I'll play you the noises he was making at the end, but he then starts to get on this demonic looking bat. The visuals then started to show demonic looking figures and skeletons and bodies burning. You have to realize this concert is very dark and the only color it's flashing is red. With all of this dark symbolism, everyone said that they felt extremely drained.
You're telling me they're doing demonic sorcery and rituals at concerts now? You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, it's gay and fake. Fake and gay, gay and fake. Not fake and gay. Okay. Gay and fake, folks, not fake and gay. My apologies. Terribly sorry there. You know what I need? I need like some tunes to just break the tension. Why not a throwback? And if nobody caught the starter song for my stream, I'd recommend going back and checking that out. Klausy, Mr. Satan Klaus, Anal Schwab, dropped us a new track for the holidays or Christ Mass. But in the meantime, fuck that noise, as some might say, and where's it at here? Oh, here's a great one. This is kind of random, but it's actually very random. But hey, why not play it anyway? Shout out to Mr. Clip God. Complex, magical, big, advanced, highly developed rat creatures, is what this man said. Marley outro. Okay, so I'm not at the outro yet. Your browser is having trouble sharing your video. This can happen if the file's invalid. Sir, it's not invalid. That's some nonsense. That is some nonsense. Try this again. Führerkot. Oh yeah, Führerkot. Yeah. What's going on here, man? I'm gonna get really high pitched here in a minute if they don't start allowing me to play the videos that I'm looking for. Führerkot wants power, people.
At all. So you'll have to get it into your hands.
That's my goal.
That's a ton of power to have in your hands.
I don't want the
Right,
power.
right.
I want the opportunity. And it's and it wouldn't just be me either. The idea is to share this potential, these ideas, to share the probabilities, to turn the possibilities into probabilities, and then together we'll work together and bring the probabilities into form.
That's what Hitler said.
So what?
Live without fear? Brothers and sisters? Alright, immortal technique for your ass. Come on, you're not gonna let me play it? What's going on here? My video files aren't working now? Hey, at least that one worked. It's a fucking banger. See, it brings certain people out of hiding from out of hiding in the chat there. Method Man? Method Man, Nas, Immortal Technique, and Jadakiss. Alright. Fuck it. Who do we trust? Shout out to Drake. Salty.
All you see is crooks. About to go in, son. Immortal technique. Good looking on the beat. Forever P. American. Look. Killer bees back in the building with machine and then we creaming them. My pockets of dirty money, I'm clean again. Ain't got to tell you I'm dope, just stick the needle in. The goose is off white, big enough to fit this eagle in. Just the seasoning, why ask why? I has my reasons and my birds don't need no seasoning. Methyl D in this evening. Now ask yourself, is that really air that you breathing in? I think outside the box, did I find a box I can keep them in? Or just leave it then, like the bouncer won't let your people in. People said they want that old map, well it's the prequel then. I get medieval, some people won't make the prequel then. Leave them in the fetal position, F it, I'm leaving, man. I use the system, you cowards use euphemisms. Women call me super daddy, my powers is supervision. Who gave you permission to speak? To learn you listen. Learn to listen to a different MC. You learn the difference in addition if you're missing MC. Sign this petition, get a fraction of that faction subtracted by my division. I'm a boss, so that means I make decisions / killing. I will kill an MC to make a living. Yeah, call me super daddy, my powers is supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts all up in the club, putting squad up.
There's a new housing plan for the ghetto eventually. Project for a new American century. False flag terrorism controlling you mentally. The gospel in the hands of people with no empathy. A mixture of dangerous social chemistry between law enforcement and a military entity. Cameras on the corner of every corner you facing, testing out a future Gestapo on immigration. Power, consolidation, information restricted, just like the iron law of oligarchy predicted. Incarcerating the poor among the drug addicted, but not the families of the ruling class that's afflicted. Cause it's a fucking caste system like corrupted Hinduism. I think you should listen. I've been through the system in prison. I've been through religion, carried the cross as a Christian like it was anti-disestablishmentarianism, until the seeds of despotism arrested my vision. Lyricism with cynicism and syllogisms, until they Pedro Albizu Campos and kill me in prison. Chemtrail conditions, stem cells of Leo Strauss's philosophy, the birth of neocon policy. But I laugh at America's fear of a new world order controlling the hemisphere. Cause my people been living that for the past 500 years.
Intelligence, understanding. Supervision who? Supervision, supervision who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
The faction.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts all up in the club, putting squad up.
Caterpillar metamorphosis to bigger nigga. Lantern in his hand, headless horseman to the rhythm. Been successful for so long, I can no longer feel it. Taking finger pricking, mob initiating members. I'm far beyond the dawn, my title ain't even listed. Federales listen, only hear me chewing, sipping. Dancing with a doll, prom night with Cinderella. Then we dip in the Ferrari, fly as Tom Selleck. Vocals on Tony Bennett, I'm only in it to later see people I taught tell me, yo, we did it. I led a revolution in the world of tech and music. Free the homie, did his time and paid the restitution. Time go quick, better have all your goals set. You getting yours or just hanging on like an old dick? I can talk about money, we ain't the same, son. It's just different when you came from where I came from.
Yeah, it's me again. This thing of ours you will probably never see again. But for the growth, it's the oath we're believing in. Locks, Kostra, Nostra, yeah, it's 3 of them. Lucci and him, I'm the nigga they can't stand no. More work, more ammo. Gambino in a Lambo. Call me for a situation you can't handle. More caskets, more murals, more candles. True poet, Audemars, you blow it. Ever I know, I'd rather die for you know. High profile, this shit sells. Call Mary Richmond and tell him pick 12. Cause we never sing, we on the better things. Pride is nothing, integrity is everything. Yeah, if you broke, how you giving advice? Me and my niggas, we just living the life. Yeah.
Call me Super Daddy, my powers is supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
Whistleblower, men are afraid to label the threaded traitor. Executive legislator trying to suppress your behavior. Intelligence interrogator, collecting metadata. Condemning the messenger and censoring the educator. CIA feed the propaganda to the television. In the next edition, the pundits preach it in repetition. Loyal to the monarchy, hereditary or elected. A royal family and a president selected.
Secret society. Secret
supervision, supervision.
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
Impose restraints against your will.
Throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Throw your squad up. Call me Super Daddy, my powers is supervision. Who? Supervision, supervision. Who?
Casting raps, you get your back snapped in half and 7.
All up in the club, putting squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up. Supervision, throw your squad up.
Impossible pain beyond measure.
Squad up. Cigar guts, all up in the club, putting squad up.
All right, well, Mr. Meta says he wants Royalty Caves by De La Soul. And I think I've heard De La Soul before. But I'm going to have to go with not the music video because, well, actually, I guess I just, whatever, I can't show the whole thing. Oh, come on now. Oh, I'm not sharing the screen yet. All right, that's good. That's good.
Put one on my palm up here, put my head up here, and fell asleep until about 9:30. The diagnosis that I received as soon as I got to the hospital was that congestive heart failure was working itself on me again. Now, right now I'm wearing this, which is called a life vest. It'll shock me and hopefully bring me back from the matrix. I'm ready just to get back to the stage. I miss that. I love traveling. I love being around my guys. And I want that back.
Ladies and gents, crystal-carrying pixie peasants and warriors, elders, ancestors, sons and daughters, lion-hearted kings and everything in between. Take a seat. Be witness.
You consider them kings, about to icing on cakes. Chariots cruise at taller speeds. Lay your bifocals on royalties. Longer than Sears catalog, stirring like matadors, infallible actual LPs. Mirror the crimson tide. The color of the Rubik's. Them duplex views got your nose up. But cozy up to this warmth though, and long-term froze up. Get Jonas up. I get swallowed by the barracuda. Androids, read raps off our phones. I choke the blood out of felt tips. Heavy weights up to the front if the belt fits. The wealth is like ivory toothpicks. One out of each tusk. And muscles bust for each and every hiccup. Salute life when dawn breaks. Fawn colored foam mink lapels on these royalty cakes. I repeat, salute life when dawn breaks. Fawn colored foam mink lapels around royalty capes. Royalty.
Behold, this divine alignment scrolled secretly in cloud formations. Waterfall rhythms from crowns containing galaxies. Gems from past dimensions. A bond so strong, it has unbreakable status. Spits hieroglyphic scripture.
I don't want the stream
like
to get
god
taken
from
down,
Atlantis.
dum-dum.
Us three be the omega like fish oil. This royal right, we own no rentals. Owners of the Cape Express. Human fresh from the mind. You ate off the plate of fundamentals. Knocked on every door of the country's red rugs will lay on floor as we walk. And etched in like testament. We find the atomic number 79 on Verner's periodic table we dine upon. Sitting on thrones getting blown to bits by our royal dime filet of fine dining. News from the east side. Them East Coast kings are still finding ways to stay on. The horns and play on like a damn disease. Spread the words of Ramses and fry up the pan of these. Salute dawn when day breaks and give me my checks with the same first name as my cake. I repeat, salute dawn when day breaks and give me my checks with the same first name as the case. Loyalty.
We are an army of stars unleashed.
You click the link.
The sky takes notes when we speak. Our capes move with the wind because of the wings beneath. This is royalty. The sky takes notes when we speak. Our capes move with the wind because of the wings beneath. This is royalty. The sky takes notes when we speak. Our capes move with the wind because of the wings beneath. This is royalty.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Jake from State Farm, everybody.
Oh, fuck you. Wait, was that really the... Was it an ad or was it the end of the... Oh, that was strange. Alright. Hopefully we'll be alright. Because I didn't really play the whole thing, so... Oh, I still have the... Alright, wow. Good stuff. It was a good vibe. So what else did I have in the let me see. So what else did I have in the here we go again, we're looping. So what else did I have? Looping. Guess what? 12 are watching with 21 likes. Looping. Guess what? 12 are watching with 21 likes. Looping. Guess what? 12 are watching with 21 likes.
You're just counting numbers, bro. You're looking for it, man.
12 are watching with 21 likes.
You're just counting numbers, bro. You're looking for it, man.
12 are watching with 21 likes.
You're just counting numbers, bro. You're looking for it, man.
12 are watching with 21 likes.
You're just counting numbers, bro. You're looking for it, man.
12 are watching with 21 likes.
You're just counting numbers, bro. You're looking for it,
Right.
man. You're just counting numbers, bro. You're looking for it.
Right. Yeah, I agree with him. Definitely agree with that dude for sure. Could see what he's saying there. What do you people want from me? Oh, that's right. Okay, this is Sanja's channel. Shout out to Perdition Media once again on another fucking channel. Oh, actually, no, I wanted to check some slave news in my area because supposedly this is pretty big news, but there was a bomb threat that caused chaos at Fort Lauderdale Airport. And it says, quote, what does it say here in the title? Something that the bomb threat man supposedly said. And I'm extra tarded today. Come on, let's go. I have a bomb in my bag, is what the man said.
Workers facing major delays tonight at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport after the sheriff's office evacuates part of
Whoa. All right, slow down here. Not that
the
slow.
entrance to departures was also closed during this incident.
After the sheriff's office evacuates part of Terminal 1.
NBC6's Lorena Inclán is live from the
Right.
airport. The entrance to departures was also closed during this incident.
It was, and that's where we are right now. It was closed for hours as police investigated this incident. As you can see right now, traffic is flowing. It just opened up in the last hour and a half or so, so it is back to normal. But man, did it cause delays here. Even after the all clear was given, there was a long line of cars trying to get in, causing major headaches for passengers. Sunday afternoon at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport turned into a headache for those arriving and those trying to leave.
They said it was a bomb threat. I didn't realize that there was a bomb threat.
At around 5:30, the Broward Sheriff's Office responded to a bomb threat in the upper level of Terminal 1. The incident led to massive delays as rows of cars tried to get in, and passengers waited outside with nowhere to go. Sheriff's deputies were spotted inside the airport while patrol cars guarded outside. The incident led to an evacuation of the upper level of Terminal 1 and the closure of the departures roadway entrance.
And we couldn't get up to the floor to check in. And I have a connection, so after a wonderful trip with PowerPlays, I'm trying to get home.
Yeah, I have a bag over here and I have somebody in custody.
BSO says deputies detained a man for questioning, but investigators have not released more details about that man or what he was carrying. 3 hours later, around 8:30 p.m., Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport posted on X, giving the all clear. But it was too late for some passengers who wound up missing.
We've been kind of stopped up for a while, but as long as everybody's safe, that's really all that matters.
Now, some passengers posting on X, formerly known as Twitter, were complaining about the lack of communication during this incident. Now, we're still waiting for BSO to see if the person who was detained ended up getting arrested and facing charges. We're waiting to get details from them. But the good news is that operations are back to normal, and you can see no red lights back here. Traffic is flowing smoothly. Reporting live from Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, Lorena Inclán, NBC6 News.
I heard about that, Aaron. All right, we get it. Holy shit, that looks fucking amazing. Holy crap. Can I go there? Where's that at?
We want to take you back to that breaking news for you.
Trio charged in kidnapping, murder, and disappearance of South Florida airplane mechanic. So this seems pretty oddly synced up with airport news. So airport news, bomb at airport now, airplane mechanic. Let's see what's going on here. Am I connecting dots that I shouldn't be? What's going on?
Breaking the case after the sudden disappearance of a South Florida airplane mechanic. Here's Local 10's Christian De La Rosa. Christian.
That's right. We're talking about 36-year-old Serene Satal, who was last seen alive leaving his airplane mechanic job here at Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. That was back on November 2nd. Tonight, we are learning that authorities have not only found his body, they've also arrested 3 Broward County men for what they are describing as a violent kidnapping and murder. Let's show you a picture of the victim here as we ID the suspects in this case, 24-year-old Aveen Sitaram, 29-year-old Sandeep Christopherson, and 18-year-old Gavin Hunter. Federal authorities say they are the 3 suspects in this kidnapping and murder. Now, this is a case that we covered extensively, and you might have seen some of the billboards around town. There's video of that as well. I can tell you that they are facing several serious charges, including conspiracy of murder for hire, murder for hire, conspiracy to kidnap, kidnapping, and obstruction of justice. Now, the charges faced here, these 3 men are facing either mandatory life in prison or death sentence. All of these 3 men will be arraigned in the coming weeks. We'll, of course, have much more on this coming up on Local 10 News tonight at 10 and 11. Live in Fort Lauderdale, I'm Christian De La Rosa, Local 10 News.
Here this morning, a new video shows panic unfolding at the Sawgrass Mills Mall on Sunday.
Is that so, Mr. Reporter Man?
Can you imagine doing your Christmas shopping and this happened to you and your family? Well, of course, just a scare in Sunrise. It sent people running for safety. Officials have not confirmed whether there was actually a shooting that occurred there. The Sunrise Police Department says there is no threat at this time.
Hold on a second here. This was at Sawgrass? You're not shitting me?
Here this morning, a new video shows panic unfolding at the Sawgrass Mills Mall on Sunday after reports of an active shooter.
Run, go run.
Can you imagine doing your Christmas shopping and this happened to you and your family? Well, of course, just a scare in Sunrise. It sent people running for safety. Officials have not confirmed whether there was actually a shooting that occurred there. The Sunrise Police Department says there is no threat at this time.
Alrighty, so optics are still high as usual. Holy shit, is that Billy? Dude, I know that dude. That my cousin, man. That my fucking cousin, son. All right. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, Sanja's channel. Sanja's channel. Oh, I'm on the wrong tab, aren't I? I sure am. Welcome back. Oh, did we not watch this one? All right. Got some more here. Bon appetit. Whoops. I didn't mean, well, I guess we're gonna watch it anyway. Is this some pizza nonsense? Is this some pizza OPTiCS? Oh, here we go again.
Pizza and us. He walked in, I was like, oh. And there was, an array of people in the living room. And I went back to find Prince, and he was back there holding court with Tavis Smiley and Cornell West. And he looked up and was like, smiled and gave me the peace sign. And I went back in, and we had pasta and pizza at 4 o'clock in the morning.
How did Prince like his pizza? This is very important. The toppings is a window into one's soul.
First off, there was no meat on the pizza. And I didn't see Prince eat any pizza. We would go to his house, man, for the house parties. I want to say Prince was a vegan. And so he had his chef prepare, you'd be at the house and it'd be Stevie Wonder playing the piano, Malcolm Jamal Warner on bass, Rochelle Farrell singing lead, Harry Connick Jr. playing bongos. No, that was Matthew McConaughey. Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. I'm sorry, I get him confused sometimes. But it was just amazing, man. And then it's like 5 o'clock in the morning, his chef is serving you breakfast. You're like, why am I at Prince's house at 5 o'clock in the morning, man? It was truly an amazing relationship that not only myself but other people had with him.
I'm just glad that it was pizza and pasta. It wasn't like a game of telephone, like Prince asked you to do something. It came back pizza and pasta.
Oh, it's my pizza. It's my pizza delivery, folks.
Pasta and pizza. That's how it came to me.
That is fantastic.
When you handed out the pizza, I have to say, nobody knows this except me.
Hold on a second here.
I'm a massive fan of his, and he knows that, so I think he'll be okay with me telling the story. But when you handed out the pizza, Harrison Ford
Say that again?
slice. He was very hungry. I saw him take a big bite.
Yes, I tried to call you and you didn't.
Yeah, true story. I took the pizza, and of course, what did I do? I handed it to my mom.
Oh. Say what now?
But very sweet. She's too smart to eat pizza in a gown, so she was like,
I don't think so.
For a little bit.
No, Harrison told me actually.
Well, I'm stopping at home, but I don't have my car. I'm driving, so he has work in the morning, so.
Right.
We're not gonna wait. I'm gonna pack some stuff and did you feed the cat?
Yes, I'll feed them more before we go if you would like, but
Yeah, well, we're on our way now. Feed them more.
okay.
Okay.
Hold on one sec.
In 20.
In 20? Okay. All right, love you mucho. Drive safely, please. Bye. See you soon, bye. All right, I got to finish this up, and then I'm getting out of here, folks. Fam time. I was about to turn 87 on New Year's Eve. How about that? Crazy. Where am I at here? Where am I at?
At that, he told me that he dropped it.
There you go.
Yeah, he actually
Peeking
pointed it
my
out. I
real
didn't
life.
see it, but he said I dropped it all down my shirt.
All down his shirt,
Yeah.
He went back and cleaned it up, and then I think I just
I know you can't have her fucking number.
No, I knew
Right?
he'd have the munchies. I knew for sure Harrison was gonna. All right, I love you so very much. Where Clooney lives, George Clooney lives,
Yes.
and Jen and George are friends. So
George.
you went to George's house.
Yes.
Helen.
He used him and his wife and all these nice people were there, and they invited
Jen and me. I know George back in the day too. So we went there and you took a boat. You get on a boat, you cruise down, went over to their house. They made us homemade pizza and it was an amazing time. I sat next to Bono. It was a good day.
I'll try, man. I'll try.
That is a good day.
It's funny. It's like my Jennifer, every time we're with Jennifer, something great happens because she's
a little bit of a
everybody
challenge
loves Jennifer.
these days.
And I tend to stay at home and do nothing. And my wife is so much going, why didn't I marry Aniston? Why am I stuck with you, man? Because I literally will, even in Italy, she's like, I'm telling you, we got to leave the room, man. I'm a little psychotic.
What do you mean you have to leave the room?
I don't know. I like hanging out with the kids. I like hanging out with the wife. I like playing basketball, and then I like going to sleep.
But you just said you were sitting next to Bono and you had a good time.
I know, because of Aniston, and it was a good time.
Yeah.
But I should do it more. And Aniston will say to me in the middle of the night, whenever I'm with her, something cool. She'll be like, "You see?" And I'll be like, "No, you're right. This is great. This is great." And then the next morning, she'll text me and say, "I know something. Wednesday night if you want." I'll be like, "Come on, we just did that Saturday thing. We don't have to do too."
She likes to. She's busy all the time. I know she's the greatest host, but I'm like, I'm going to bed at 9. I can't come over. Your thing starts at 8:30. So
yes, she can handle it. She can handle it. And her parties are incredible at her house too.
Yep. She does have good parties, and she makes good pizza as well.
She makes great pizza.
Wonderful pizza. All right, just y'all are all like, whatever.
That the White House does like to prepare all the food, and the kids were not always enthusiastic about the food that they were being served. So they were always trying to call for pizzas. And you can't order a pizza to the White House. I'll just tell you that right now. And we didn't, sometimes there were exceptions. Yeah, sometimes you could go out maybe, and one of the kids could go out maybe and meet the pizza driver. Yeah, but the first time you would have thought that, war had been declared, there's a pizza truck outside that says a pizza was ordered. What do we do with it? Yeah, we have lots of challenges like that.
I mean, to be honest, it sounds like a crank call from the pizza restaurant.
Yeah, exactly.
We want some pizzas at the White House.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good to see you, Sarah. I'm about to get out of here, though. But much love, brothers
Oh, really?
and
Yeah.
sisters.
Really cool. What's your favorite thing to eat in Chicago? I didn't really. Everyone said I should eat pizza. I was like, well, no, I don't want to. And then because I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to. Where did we go? We went True Kitchen.
Hold on a second.
I shouldn't promote from.
You can promote whatever you want, but I need to take a step back because you just said something crazy. What do you mean, why would you want to eat pizza? I don't know, why get up in the morning? Why look at the sun? Why enjoy a rainbow?
Because pizza is just an open sandwich. Am I gonna do?
Look at this.
Come on, man. I don't care. It's an
Mangoes and pizza, man. I could live off that stuff. I'm not gonna lie.
Alright, so what is
I'm
it?
not gonna lie to you.
I go, whenever I have a pizza, I'm like, oh, cool, this is a cool open sandwich. I don't hate it. It's just not like
in Chicago.
I can open a sandwich at home and put it on the grill. And so when I'm paying for something, I'm gonna go. I want to go somewhere where I can't do that. I can't.
President Trump, we need someone deported immediately. Yes, he's calling pizza an open sandwich. Yeah, okay. Guillermo, unlock the door. All right, we'll see you soon. Well, that is a shocking and controversial statement that could potentially affect your visa.
Should it? Yeah, should it? But no, it's not like I just wouldn't.
There's no getting out of this.
There's
now.
not.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I believe it though, so it doesn't even matter. If I believe it's true, it's true.
You're about to get sent a hail of pizzas. They're gonna be coming at you like frisbees. Well, it's great to have you here. Watching the movie's called Widows. It opens November 16th. Daniel Kaluuya, everybody.
I don't do mermaids. I don't.
Merman. So these circles of friends that you guys have. You told a story about going and having pizza at the Clooney's in Lake Polo.
Yeah, that's all an Aniston thing. She's like, George and I would love you to come over for pizza, but
Oh my God!
Right.
What did you put in his after lunch
You have
coffee?
to dress right, Adam.
Good.
You can't show up in your
Don't
shorts.
embarrass me.
Don't exactly. I don't want to embarrass you.
Clooney would. By the way, Clooney wears shorts and he wears t-shirts just like the Sandman. They just have to lay on him a little better. That's the only difference.
How was the pizza? Was it good?
What he made
Amal's
himself?
pizza was better than Clooney. They both made. Everybody made a certain kind of pizza.
There's no pizza we didn't love.
Something that
Should just end it here at 3:33:33, but too late. Too late.
Was the winner.
I will tell you though, I don't know what you guys talked about, but like Clooney is easy to talk to, right?
Yes.
Amal, on the other hand, I'm sure she's very easy to talk to.
So
She was
easy.
but feels very intimidating.
No,
she does real life stuff.
She sure does. She's brilliant. She's
But
unbelievable.
inclusive and you
Very
feel great.
inclusive.
You
Very
feel great.
inclusive.
I've seen a picture of the kids. The kids.
We can't talk about only the Clooney family right now. Let's leave
Hey,
them.
Sonic
alone.
Optics
I heard
high. Not a Mason, but the optics. Yo, that mall was at Sawgrass. What a synchronicity there. How about that? That shop, I mean. Wow.
The steak cake. I cannot believe that came out that good. Wow.
Gently score each side. This way, I'll give it a nice, thick double crust on the steak. And we got 2 fillets. Bunch of salt on there for that thick crust.
Sear it off in that deep tallow.
Sear that fillet.
In crust, we trust. Bacon roses. Roll this bacon strand up into a spiral. Season it, and we got a bacon rose. Custos dust. Sprinkle it on there. The only kind of roses I want in my life.
Mashed potatoes. Steak on. And another scoop of taters.
Filet. Next layer. Filet.
Now we're just doing one final cube.
Great looking piece of filet. Serious crust. Juicy as hell. And crazy tender.
Cover this in mashed potatoes. Pop it on top.
Balsamic glaze.
With a nice rosemary layer on the bottom. I'm in with that bacon rose.
Then you just grab the piece you want. Do a bacon roast too. Ooh, with the dust on it. Fire. Happy birthday, bitch.
That was, I don't know why. Okay, I apologize. But I mean, that's
hiding in those weak and drunken hearts. Yes, he kissed the girls and made
I don't know what this is either. Yeah, some of her videos are random, so my fault. Oh, we're reviewing her channel.
Those weak and sunken lights, fiery thrones of muted angels, giving out again to nothing back. Oh, people, help the people. And if you're homesick, give me your hand and I'll hold it. People, help the people.
Ow, Amber. Stop, dude. Fucking digging into my leg, dude.
Oh, and if I had to bring, I'd be cold as a stone, rich as a fool. It turned all those good hearts away. God knows what's hiding in this world of myth. To close when the hierarchies inside the lights, thousands of the dying sunsets. God knows what is hiding in those weak and drunken hearts. It's the loneliness and knocking. No one needs to be alone or singing. People, help the people. And if you're homesick, give me your hand and I'll hold it. People, help the people, love will drag you down. Oh, and if I had to bring, and if I had to bring.
Wix is your
come on with your
platform to
bullshit
perform on.
ads, man. Come on now.
A complete portfolio solution means you can tell
Fucking nonsense.
You and I are in a spiritual war, and we have a spiritual enemy. And he has a strategy. The best way to win any war is to know your enemy's strategy so that you can set in place a counter strategy. Here are the strategies of the devil himself. And I want you to hear these Bible verses, and I want you to think, does this affect me on a daily basis? And do I have a strategy in place to resist or counter this? 1 Peter 5:8. Your adversary, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. So he's looking for someone to hurt. That's his goal. 2 Corinthians 11:14. For even Satan himself disguises himself as an angel of light. The people come to you deceptively, pretending to be good, but really inside they're evil. John 8:44. You are of your father the devil, you will do his will. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. So he's a killer, but he's also a liar. 1 John 5:19. The whole world lies in the power of the evil one. He has an endless array of resources, both in people and finance. 2 Corinthians 4:4. In their case, the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel and the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. So he comes to deceive and put a veil over the truth. He hides the truth. Revelation 12:9. The great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent who is the devil, Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. He is a deceiver. He likes to deceive. He tries to lead you astray. John 10:10. The thief comes only to kill, steal, and destroy. I have come that they may have life and have it abundantly. He's a thief. He comes to steal your future, steal your joy, steal your finances, steal your health, steal anything he can steal and destroy it. Think on these things. Has this been a truth in your life, and do you have a strategy in place to protect yourself against that? We all know that the best strategy is to just always walk with Jesus. But what are you doing proactively to be standing against these schemes of the devil?
Let's pray for this Monday. Dear God, thank you for your divine presence, mercies, and blessings every day. I pray for protection and guidance, asking that you watch over me at the beginning of a new week. Please be with me as I navigate through my life and all its challenges. Take me to where I have to go. Guide me always towards you. May your presence fill me with peace, strength, and hope. Help me, Lord, to approach each situation with compassion, grace, and wisdom. When I am weak, give me your power to overcome adversity and to rise above my circumstances. I trust in you and rely on your never-ending love and support. May your Holy Spirit lead me in every step, and your peace guard my heart and mind. Strengthen me with your grace and empower me to live each moment for your glory. Thank you, Father, for the blessings in my life and for always being by my side. To you, Father, I give all the praise, honor, and glory. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. Send this prayer to someone you love, bless their day, and share your love for God in the comments.
So, did you guys know that baseball is a Freemasonic occultic mass ritual? That the fans in attendance and the fans home are participating in this ritual by feeding their energy into it. Here, let's read this. Baseball is an occult Masonic ritual where even most of the players aren't aware of the actual role in the ritual itself, nor is the unaware audience of the masses watching the game ritual from home or at the stadium. The field is all about Masonic geometry. It is based on the principle of 6 that represents the ego, and the game is entirely based upon the number 3 that represents the satanic trinity of Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz. The invention of baseball is usually credited to Abner Doubleday. In 1870, Doubleday was a United States Army officer and Union general in the American Civil War. After he retired, he became a prominent member of the Theosophical Society. That's New Age and Helena Blavatsky, an organization that researches the esoteric and the occult. There is no doubt that he had extensive knowledge of occult symbols, sacred geometry, and numerology, the square and compass. While almost all sports are played on rectangular fields or rinks, baseball is played on a peculiar shaped field which contains figures considered a sacred geometry in Masonic teaching. The field bears an astonishing resemblance to the square and compass of Freemasonry. The field, from home plate to left and right field wall, forms a compass. The entire outfield wall is a semicircle, which this compass draws upside down, overlapping this compass. The base.
Who'da thunk it, man? Who'da thunk it? Oh, and now we're over to this panel here. All right,
Damn,
I think I gotta get out of here, folks. About to tackle some family time.
Motherfuckers. Yeah, I'm a member. I don't think it's in there, son. I don't think it's in there, son. Let's see. Let me check it real quick. Damn. I was going to start out with that real quick. Shit. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? No shit.
BBT's drunk, dude. No,
yeah,
who would have
no.
thought? That's crazy. That's not like him, man.
No, that shit gone. This shit out here, nigga. Well.
Wow.
Take this earpiece out of my head so I ain't hearing myself in a 2-second delay.
Card optics are high, folks.
Nah, Be Smiley wasn't that wild. I came on. They let me on there for a minute. They let me back in the Discord.
Tards galore.
They gave me
shout out to the Tards.
They gave me the link to StreamYard. I was able to come up in there for a few minutes and talk some shit. I came up after. It's a little loud for me right now. They came up.
Right.
They let me up after this guy talking about fucking nipples. Nipples and evolution, and I had to come up in there and
damn, I was editing this whole fucking thing.
Memory, refresh these all fool's memory. This is
StreamYard's
probably
annoying, man.
part of the reason many reasons why they probably wanted to make that stream dark after I came up on there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I was saying EBD coming in here and he dropped that truth. So EBD come on here, he dropped that truth, and these people ain't want you to know about that shit. You know what I mean? But they was talking about nipples. I came up on there. We don't even know Jim where got nipples, son. You know what? But I got the receipts, son. I got the receipts. I got Jim Bob on these panels. No shirt. No shirt. I can't remember what the fuck that stream was. What the fuck stream was that? Let's see here. Let's see. Is that Truth or Cop after panel? Which one was that? Let's see. We're about to find it. We're about to find it, guys. Y'all hang out. Y'all hang out for a minute. We're gonna find that moment when Jim Bob come on the stream.
Dude, this is real.
Ain't got no shirt on. It happened. It's a real thing. We're gonna replay it because a lot of these people missed out. So anybody that still here from the raid from Crucible the other night, you'll see it. You'll see it. I'll tell you. I'm telling the truth. Jim Bob up here naked on my stream, full ass naked on my streams. We gotta find it though. We gotta find it. We're looking for it. Go ahead and zen out. Get into your Zen nihilist, Q-Tardian, Trumptarian mode here for a minute. Let me go ahead and find this video just to prove my point, though, real quick. And we'll get into it shortly. Know what I'm saying? I almost feel like the video got wiped all of a sudden. What the fuck? What the fuck? I literally just saw this shit the other night. Literally just saw this shit the other night.
Right.
Where's this shit at, son?
Dude.
Where the fuck this shit at?
Man.
Anyways, y'all just hang tight real quick. This got to be post Croco de Mayo.
He made his thumbnail him on a panel to draw people in.
It can't possibly be a Limberberry Rising. Did I private that shit already?
God, this fat
Somebody
slave
didn't
is
private that shit.
Insufferable.
Motherfucker, I might have privated that.
To some degree. On some level, some might say.
Let's see.
I might say.
We're looking for it. So everybody hang tight. Hang tight, guys. Go ahead and
Sovereign Slave Dave is live, as some might call him.
Zen out there with the Senate Master Trump. Why go ahead and track this?
Oh, Marfugel's live, folks. What are you doing here? There's 3.1 thousand over there. I mean, come on now, get over there. Get out of here. Go to Marfugel. Right, you bunch of foog fucking tards. You fucking foog tards, man.
Jim Bob sent everybody out to
eat bugs, save
delete
Jews.
This from my shit.
Fake news.
That's what he done did.
Eat bugs, save
Jews. Ain't want to know he ain't got no nipples.
I like that. You know what? Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I've never heard of this channel, Uncle Blurf. They got a UN label here. That's good to see.
Welcome to another fake news dumpster fire. I've labeled
68 subs.
Propaganda
Masterclass.
In today's
All right,
examples, NPR shows no mastery and no class. It's all baseless smear. We start with this bombastic headline. This right-wing conspiracy theory about eating bugs is about as racist
theory about eating bugs is about as racist as you think.
Right-wing conspiracy theory racists? Farmers. Working class people who put food on your table. NPR starts his radio show with a speech by politician Terry Baudet to a group of Dutch farmers. Baudet pulls out a bag of mealworms to gross out the crowd. Says the government will force people to eat bugs and is instantly labeled a racist by NPR. Gene Demby, who runs NPR's Racism Beat, explains that there's been conspiracy theories about Jews trying to gain power. So Baudet's claim of government food choices is anti-Semitic racism. We've seen this tactic in part 1 of the series, where Mark Hay attacks critics of the Great Reset, and in parts 3 and 4, when Adrian Monk labels critics of the World Economic Forum as anti-Semitic. And none of them provided a shred of evidence that even one of the so-called conspiracy theorists had said anything about Jews, let alone attacked them. It's total fabrication. NPR avoids the real issue. Drastic food cuts in the Netherlands, where the government is trying to close a third of its farms, kicking people from the land its families have farmed for generations or centuries, reduce livestock herds by up to 50%, and cut fertilizer use up to 70%, which will devastate yields and impoverish whoever is still allowed to farm. NPR should mention that the Netherlands is the #2 food exporter in the world, meaning any production cuts will result in higher prices and food shortages in other countries. And that production creates jobs, wealth, and tax revenues. And without it, the whole country gets poorer, even the Jews, and the government has less money to fund pensions, schools, and hospitals. But Hao Jingyan says this is a good thing because high-emission farms get bought out. But nailing farmers doesn't help the environment. But to avoid starvation, people in other countries will have to open up new farms to make up the difference. And what will you eat when cows are banned? Well, the Netherlands is already introducing school kids to insects.
Mealworm.
Baudet didn't invent a thing. NPR never defines right wing, but it's always meant as an insult. I always thought right wing meant you wanted lower taxes. But here right wing means you support farm workers, independent business, and people who buy food. And yet again, we see the word shadowy. It's always a lie. The people they label as conspiracy theorists aren't imagining secret people. They're criticizing well-known leaders and official public policy. I will not eat the bugs became a meme on 4chan and emerged in conservative talk shows and political speech. But that doesn't mean it's a conspiracy theory or anti-Semitic. And we're going to have a good laugh when we answer NPR's question of why this bug issue has gained traction over the years. Here's NPR itself in 2008. Insects get a tasty makeover. NPR again. Maybe it's time to swap burgers for bugs, says UN. And the reason is the environment. NPR again. Insects may be the taste of the next generation, pushing the UN Food and Agriculture Organization and the Man-Eating Bugs Cookbook. More NPR. These pictures might tempt you to eat bugs. Ooh, deep-fried tarantula. Yum. More NPR. The joys and ethics of insect eating. NPR again. 2015. Scorpion lollipops. This one says that international luminaries, like former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan and the Food and Agriculture Organization, are raving about bugs over meat. To NPR, it's a conspiracy theory to say global elites are pushing bugs. But international luminaries, oh, that's different. Honestly, big shots in the UN are the definition of global elites. Now, NPR's favorite scientist? A bug-eating festival to indoctrinate the kids? An NPR edible insect radio show? Oh, this one is intended for kids. NPR again? Well, here's another one that links to an article saying that beef is bad for the planet. NPR again. NPR's green argument for eating cicadas, which again highlights United Nations advice. So there's NPR, a government-owned, government-funded institution promoting eating bugs for 15 years. But anyone else talking about bugs is the big-hating conspiracy theorist. Outrageous! So hateful! If they're such hypocrites, let's give them the 7 hippo salute. And the article is such a crock will award NPR 7 crocs as well. But NPR is relentless. Here's another NPR story, recycling the artwork in many of the themes of the last article. It insists on the conspiracy theory labels, even after admitting the European Union approved mealworms and crickets. Yes, the same European Union that's forcing farmers in Netherlands, France, and Ireland to seriously reduce cattle production. They have the mandatory shadowy global elite lie, and the lie that bug critics are complaining about a shadow government involving Jewish people, even counting Orthodox Jew Ben Shapiro in the list of people spreading this anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And NPR says the conspiracy theory got an extra boost during the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos in July 2020, when Chairman Klaus Schwab announced an initiative called the Great Reset. Wrong. Their annual meeting was in January. July was when Schwab's book was published. So naturally, people start complaining about the Great Reset after that. Like BBC did, NPR calls the Great Reset an initiative rather than a book, just to confuse their audience. Because if you know it's a book, you can read the part where Schwab whines that there weren't enough lockdowns and travel restrictions because there wasn't a central power to enforce them on all countries. Or when the book praises the European Commission for adopting extremist climate policies, like those food production cuts, showing that they didn't let the COVID-19 crisis go to waste. Here's another story with all the same lies about shadowy ruling elites and anti-Semitism. This version claims that all the prominent conservatives got their opinions about bugs because of an anonymous meme on 4chan. But there's no evidence any one of them even saw it. Some of their intended gotcha moments are funny. Tucker Carlson, eating insects is repulsive and un-American. Well, NPR, don't call him a liar until you take an opinion poll of Americans showing the opposite. Paul Joseph Watson, you know who won't be eating bugs? Climate change technocrats. Now, before NPR calls him a conspiracy theorist, they might want to do a fact check. Does Joe Biden eat bugs? John Kerry or Klaus Schwab? Bill Gates? How about Justin Trudeau or any of the authors of those UN reports? Again, the Great Reset is a conspiracy theory about a WEBB initiative. No mention of the book or Klaus Schwab. Easy to deflect criticism of a book if you pretend it was never written. Schwab wants people to go all in on climate change. And though the book doesn't mention insects, anyone following the World Economic Forum website knows they're pushing bugs for their climate agenda. They've even made videos about adding grubs or crickets to flour. NPR dishonestly labels Aldo Buttazzoni a conspiracy theorist just for asking people their opinion on the matter. NPR also labels as conspiracy theorists anyone opposed to their climate narrative. Here's their climate solutions reporter, Julia Simon. Climate disinformation in the past, sometimes paid for by fossil fuel interests, often related to false ideas that global warming is a scam or that the threat is overblown. Those falsehoods are still around. But what we're seeing a lot more of these days are attacks on climate solutions, even if we don't always know who funds them. Think attacks on renewables. Let's start here. We don't always know who funds them. So NPR says there are secret financiers, must be rich people, with the power to influence the public, maybe multinational oil guys. In other words, shadowy global elites are conspiring to fund nefarious anti-climate schemes. Hilarious. NPR is inventing its own conspiracy theories. And NPR's government funding creates its own biases. Thousands of government jobs depend on people supporting the climate agenda. But NPR also gets donations. Alan McLeod reported that Bill Gates has given hundreds of millions of dollars to media outlets to promote his global agenda. And NPR got the biggest payout, over $24 million. Bill's book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, outlines all the technologies the world will need for net zero carbon. And Gates has investments in nearly all of them, including 40 startups. When NPR rallies its audience for the climate, Gates has an easier time selling his products like fake meat or getting government grants to research his next money-making schemes. NPR's hateful propaganda says you are incapable of thinking on your own if you say solar isn't a good climate solution because it won't work at night or when covered in snow. NPR says you're a conspiracy theorist funded by evil rich guys. To NPR, the threat of global warming is never overblown. So it would be disinformation to remind people of the UN statement in 1989 that we only had until 2000 to solve CO2, or Al Gore's prediction of a rapid 20-foot rise in sea level, or St. Greta's tweet that says we all should have died last June. Quo is back again with lies about the Great Reset conspiracy theory with the shadowy global Jewish elites. This version doesn't mention the Great Reset book, its author Klaus Schwab, or publisher WEBB. Looks like David Folkenflick's job is to smear rival news outlets without any evidence, in the process insulting the millions of viewers who trust them rather than NPR. Funny to see Joe Rogan, a Bernie Sanders supporter, considered right-wing. NPR says Tucker Carlson made utterly unsubstantiated claims about dead whales. But if you click the blue type, you can see a fisheries expert substantiate the claims.
The only thing that has changed in the ocean is the surveying activities that have been going on for offshore wind farms, which are essentially carpet bombing the ocean floor with intense sound.
There's also a documentary by left-wing environmentalist Michael Schellenberger, which came out a month before the NPR article. Highly recommended. I'll put a link in the pinned comments and description sections so you can see it for free. Now here's a revealing opinion. In the end, it doesn't matter if 99% of the public believe in climate change. If you're able to embed real fear and seeds of doubt about the solutions that are on the table, you end up with the same outcome, which is no agenda, no policy, no action. What a crock. Joe Biden got 51% of the vote, but still managed to spend over $1 trillion on his green agenda. What kind of cult are you living in where you aren't happy with 99% of public support? They insist on 100% conformity. No tolerance for alternative views, no room to fear your policies could kill millions of people through starvation, make whales go extinct, or bankrupt governments. No doubts about their climate projections, the ability of their plan to succeed, or the leaders of their cause.
I probably have one of the highest greenhouse gas footprints of anyone on the planet.
NPR's conspiracy reporter also supports pre-bunking, which means accusing people of spreading misinformation before they do, so it's easier to attack them later. Is this news or psyops? These things have to appeal to the people you're trying to reach, I guess by playing on biases, not patronize them, and also acknowledge that known facts sometimes change as they have for COVID-19. I guess meaning that people with the facts that were labeled as conspiracy theorists have now been proven correct. And hopefully NPR will stop calling people Great Reset conspiracy theorists after someone there actually reads the book. Please check out other videos in the series. Check the description and pinned comments for a link to the whale video. And if you can, please support your local food bank.
All right, I need to get out of here, folks. I'll leave you with a song. How about?
Whatever that means. He's not a human. He's a cat. Anyway, I am planning on suing them because they don't accommodate for him. And I just want to know if there's any other parents out there that are having this issue, because we can put together a class action.
They can put they have a appropriate litter box for the kids that identify as cats, so they can go over there and squat down in the dirt and shit. You know, I don't get it. Yeah, that's for real, dude.
What now?
Get what you knew. Welcome to the motherfucking battlefield.
I two-step with Lucifer, and ever since I started dancing, I walked the fine line between Einstein and Charles Manson. Starved this famine with my stomach growling, like someone shouting 100,000 times louder than thunder pounding. Fuck around and I'll punch your mouth in. I'm king of the mountain with my life in this project like it's public housing. Counting on the fact I firebomb entire songs and won't stop till the world's inside my palm like Viacom. Diabolic, I'll supply the higher wattage via fiber optic wire till you acquire some kind of knowledge. Cause life made me grow wiser than old timers, hot-headed like the Ghost Rider behind a slow driver. Soul survivor, flowing live is second nature, so don't test. It's best to save your breath like respirators. I throw a punch at your ribs that gives your lungs asthma and has you pouring out your guts faster than Dutch masters. Drunk bastard, past the point of no return like Denzel, tricking Ethan Hawke into smoking Sherm. Judgment over Mordecai, immortalized when I make statues bleed and portraits cry. I'll go to war for mine, rebel army, guard the border. I'm in the trenches barking orders like I'm Sergeant Slaughter. Pray to Jesus H for mercy and plead your case, cause front lines you're dead the second that you see my face.
This is the front line, this is the dead zone. Barely alive or in a box is how you head home. This is the front line, this is the life that I chose. I thought I told you motherfuckers to lock and load.
This is the front line, this is the dead zone. Barely alive or in a box is how you head home. This is the front line, this is the life that I chose. I thought I told you motherfuckers to lock and load.
They said that the success of my music was theoretic, but my revenge is sweet enough to murder diabetics. Eugenics, Procter & Gamble, credit racial science. Couldn't produce a more aggressive intellectual giant. Nephilim, bury him with the bullets left in him. My heart is blacker than the children of Thomas Jefferson, blacker than back in the days of the tar and feathering. A cancerous endocrine, the eagle last American, the hatchet and the sticks, the fascist emblem. You could call it conspiracy theory, I don't give a motherfuck. You could get your motherfucked. National security's a code word for cover up. Hold that down, I look at character, never let the color get to you. I got white revolutionaries like Muslims in Chechnya, percussion, the Russian mafia over. But even they know what it's like when you fighting for svoboda, so whether Slavic or Islamic, vodka, gin tonic, drunken fantasies are cool, son, but here's the grim logic. You niggas wanna play industry and start to be rich until they fuck you for millions, like Paul McCartney's bitch. My lions live inside a box like Jumanji. Sick niggas that'll stab you up like Indira Gandhi. So never desecrate the space on which I meditate. My thoughts rip through tank armored metal plates and start to resonate to the spot where Moses caused the sea to separate. The place that the prophet Muhammad started to levitate. The exact moment that Jesus rose set awake and stood harder, became the Buddha that regenerates. Half a bar over, but I bring it home colder than dead soldiers. Soul controller, holder of knowledge, so fuck Dianetics. I'm like the whole librarian Kemet with Anunnaki genetics.
This is the front line, this is the dead zone. Barely alive or in a box is how you head home. This is the front line, this is the life that I chose. I thought I told you motherfuckers to lock and load.
This is the front line, this is the dead zone. Barely alive or in a box is how you head home. This is the front line, this is the life that I chose. I thought I told you motherfuckers to lock and load. Yeah, motherfucker, immortal technique, diabolic. This is the front line, the people first one time. 32 and a little something. 33 degrees, motherfucker. Go home and figure it out.
Is to be made. We are to condemn the false judgments with righteous judgment, you idiot!
That's what I'm talking about, Jack. You're finally getting it.
All right, folks, it's about that time, just over the 4-hour mark. So, on that note, it's been fun, and I will see you all very, very soon. And you can be assured of that. So, take it easy, and much love, brothers and sisters. Much fucking love.
Moose, let me make this admission, something I realized about myself. Accusations have been made. I am a damn good manipulator. I am
Coming.
fucking good at manipulation.